Welcome back at the Voltage League. We kind of had technical difficulties, as you might have noticed. Apologies for that. That, however, has not stopped our team from readying up into the game. I'm your host, Client648 for the evening. Don and Puff are our casters for this evening, for the first game, and they are going to tell you all that is going to come up now.
All right, are we ready? So, looks like the production team's a little bit split with this match, as everyone should be. 50-50 for these votes. It's definitely one of those matches that's going to be really, really close and will most likely go into overtime. But who did you vote for?
Ooh, I personally went for 86 because it's honestly the only team I have any recollection of. But I'm just hoping the caster curse doesn't kick in and it actually does go into overtime, or actually ends up being a bit more of a longer match and not just a bit more one-sided. Because you've said while we were while some issues were happening, you said some just so we can get some background that the forward matches were going to be a bit more one-sided.
Yeah, a little bit. So, Unguardable versus Unknown. Every time that they've gone against each other, Unguardable has won very comfortably. And then, from what we can see from the standings, Rocks Horizon, as we've seen the whole season, very, very strong team against NXT. I am a little bit doubtful that NXT will be able to win it. It might my score. I'm gonna say like 7-3 for that game. And then we have Stacks Copper Clans versus Order 66. That could also be an interesting match. They've gone up against each other once, and it was a very, very even match. So it could go like this first match that we're going to be seeing. As we're going to go into Bank, I didn't even know what map we were going to go into. But though it can be a very standard ban. Monty, these teams always love to ban Monty. Monty has been banned so many times by ITV Academy. I don't know. They're very scared of it.
I mean, honestly, if like a 1,000-pound shield started running at you with full blast, adrenaline pumped up and everything, I would be scared too, personally. I mean, it's a walking indestructible drone that can actually deal quite heavy damage, since I guess we'll call it a newer update to the shield system. Can be quite deadly, but, it's still a bit of an oddball pick, and especially you seem like, you said it like it's a bit more common from them, which, hey, maybe they have bad, I'll say memories from Monty players. But continuing on, the defensive ban is going to be Cade, which is also useful, especially for downstairs in general. You want to get the hatches quickly as an attacker because it gives you quite an upstanding point. I mean, You can look directly down into sight. You can throw your utility. You have a lot to work with. Now, the second one is going to be Valkyrie, which, again, it's pretty common. I can't blame the Valkyrie. The amount of utility you can get just from those 3 small eyeballs lurking around the map is very deadly. I mean, you can get C4s pre-posted under the attackers when they try to push a specific, let's say, janitor, let's say, square, let's say anything in the lines of that. But in general, Valkyrie also, the guns. Don't even get me started on the APX. Absolutely no recoil. A headshot machine, may I say, as we head into the first round, and we're going to be going downstairs. Now, we're going to be seeing here a Mira and Goyo combo. We have the Vector duo. What do you think about this, Dom?
This is going to be a pain to attack. Already, I can see the smoke and the Asami as well.
Oh.
We have those 2 C4s. We have the canisters, the Goyo canisters. We have the Warden to play most likely for those anti-flashes, those anti-smokes. So you're not even going to be able to smoke your breach and try and get a sneaky plant. This is going to be a really, really annoying first attack for ITV Academy. And honestly, depending on their mental, this might just throw them off the fact that Team 86 is playing this comp, because it's going to be fun to watch this first round. And there is a curse in this tournament that I've been noticing a lot, and it's the Capitals usually die really, really early into the round and get no value whatsoever. So maybe, hopefully, we're not going to be seeing that today.
Yeah, hopefully not, especially with the Capital, a very late game operator who can really help out with the plan. Especially, you mentioned these C4s, they're going to come flying out the second. And I mean the absolute second you hear that post plant go down, or just a plant in general. Same goes with the smoke, so Capital can be a decent counter. We also saw Mats pick the Twitch just to counter off the Mira and maybe actually help out with the Goyos. But as we were mentioning hatches earlier, right, you need to get them to have a pretty decent advantage as an attacker, because vertical, I mean, who doesn't want it? Now, the defenders, they want to keep it for themselves, so they're going to be actually playing on the first floor, just trying to get rid of any of those drones. I mean, those are curing, but the first kill comes out. That's going to be Zodiac with one onto Rob, and another shot comes out, but nothing is going to be happening just of yet. Now, we're on to an early 4v5. Now, this, I would say the worst part about this right now is the fact that the Azami is gone.
Yeah, Asami being gone can usually pose a problem, but with their composition that they're playing, it might not even be that detrimental as long as they can waste a little bit more time here. They've got a lot of entry denial. Just getting into side is going to be god-awful despite not having the Asami. We still have the smoke canisters. We're going to have Phenomenon playing deep into Garage here. They're going to get some vertical play, but despite this, if they don't peek any angles, and Curly going to hit a nasty shot against Skipper, going against that Ash. Very nice shot from him. It is matched even now. Could go to any team right now.
Yes, it could. It's a 4v4. We're down to basically the last minute, and the plant is going to be soon out. Now, Goyo canisters have already started popping, but the main part of this is the smoke has all 3 canisters ready, lock and loaded. Now, they're going to be breaching right now. I'm just going to assume it's going to be a bit of a line to side just to prevent any types of smoke. He's going down for the plant. Capitano taking some damage, but not yet. They still had a Goyo canister up their sleeves. Smokes are going down. Phenomeny is off the board. It's a 3v4, and now we're looking at a bit more aggression from these attackers. I mean, Mats is just going off the board, got one for himself, smoking it out so the smoke can't get any more canisters off, and the more damage to the Capitao. He's not going to be dying as early as you said, but he's still there. He's still there. Maybe not in action. He's definitely downed, but we see Frank going for a flank. That's one. That's a smoke kill, and of course the Thermite gets one as well. It's a 2v2 situation. Still one smoke canister in the hand, and now we're down to the final 2 players of defense and attack. The smoke gets one for himself, SMG11 in hand, and now it's Buck alone with 15 seconds on the clock. He notices the smoke. He's hiding behind the pillar, but he has to do something. He needs to go for a plant or kill both of these attackers. He goes up, and there it is. Monkey with a shotgun in hand, finishing first round, going to Team 86.
Already gonna be a really close round, and just like we mentioned, Team 86 definitely going with a very, very strong defense first, and might throw ITV Academy a little bit off guard. But it was, despite that, it was a very close round that could have gone either way. It was just unfortunate that we managed to get that, that we had so much util to kind of, the defense side had a lot of util to deny them from going into sight, and the attackers couldn't really do anything against that. We died to the smoke canister. Goyo got a nice flank kill, and we just didn't have quite enough time to plan. We had 20 seconds left. Very strong first defense from Team 86, but it was still too close for comfort. As we're going to see that they're going to go Doc. My guess, going to be for the MP5 ACOG. We know that they like to do that quite a lot of the time. In this tournament, a lot of people go dock just for that little MP5, especially in this map where you have a lot of long angles. But we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, most definitely. Now, we're going to be playing upstairs. We already see the footholds on, I do believe that is Stocks. And what I really like about that is sometimes, I'm just going to speak of my own experience since right now we're still getting into the match. Not much is happening, but I swear to God, anyone who plays Stocks Frostmats is an absolute demon in this game. That's just my personal view on it. Let's get a look at these loadouts. We have the Bandit, which is an interesting pick, who seems to be really focusing on those Stocks walls, because you don't really want them to breach. You want to be able to actually have that fear for the attackers so they can't just jump in. They need to know that if they jump in, those footholds are there and they're going to get taken off. Now, of course, they're securing it because Stocks, look at the amount of area you gain. You gain so much advantages and picks off to just the main hall, which connects the janitor, the side square, and basically everything all around. Now, Flores, again, look at this absolute menace of an operator. Going in for explosions, just denying area, denying holds, breaches, and all the sorts.
Yeah, interestingly enough, we're not going to be seeing a shield being put up on Stock Hallway, which you usually pair it with the Wamai to kind of deny that entry into Stock. But we still can deny a lot of entry with these angles that we're holding. It's very standard defense, like you mentioned. Bandit, a little bit of an interesting choice as well, but it could definitely work. And it's going to make it very difficult into opening this Stock wall, as Matt's going to try and get a little bit of a wall bang. Not going to quite enough get the kill, but Robbie going to take some damage. Luckily, he is playing Doc though, so that's not going to hinder him too much.
Ooh, Zodiac gets one pick for himself. It's going to be Frack off the board. Or Freak, I don't know how to pronounce it. I'm gonna say Freak just so we don't get to the butchering part. That's my one weakness. Names in Rainbow Six Siege. But we're starting to get into action just like earlier. These attackers are prepping up to actually get the action started just like earlier. 1 minute and 12 on the clock. We have a 4v5 situation. Again, Asami's the first off the board. We have a bit of a repeating pattern between these two teams. And also breaches. The Bandit earlier, it was quite efficient, but with a bit of help of Flourish Drones and Hibana was taken off, just like Curly's head right now, just as he got a kill onto Mats. Mats actually got a trade onto him, and a bit of I'll say spiny chat as Phenomenal gets taken off. That's gonna be a 2v4. Raiden one for himself. Monkey gets off Skipper, so it won't be just a kill for the enemy team. And of course Hibana taking off Monkey, just a bit of a refrag. And now we're again into a bit of a a bad situation for one side. Robbie in a 1v3. They know where he is, going for pre-fires, and it seems like he's going to be switching plans.
Zodiac is going to take some damage. Robbie did go in a 1v3, but he did go dog because he's confident in his gun skills. Might be able to get a couple kills. As the Diffuser is going to go down. Time is of essence, but he can still make a play. He's going to take a little bit slower, trying to see if he can catch anyone off guard, punish anyone for a mistake. Not quite going to give that to him though. No one's going to be pushing or peeking anything. As I say that, we might see an engagement very, very soon. Looking into desk there. But no, they're not giving anything to him. He's going to have to make a play. He's going to have to be quick. He's running out of time. And they're not giving him any chance to do anything. And Nerkari going to find his head. And that is going to go round for ITV.
Okay, we have 1 for 1. It's already starting to tie up. Now, what I find interesting is that when they were downstairs, it was kind of a really similar situation for 86. They had a man advantage at the very end, the smoke, and I believe it was the Mirage, just off the top of my head, against the Buck in the final, let's say 15 seconds. Right now, it was the Doc against the Ace Hibana, and yet again, I believe, I have no clue, Thermite maybe. But just in general, it's these, I think, first picks that can really decide sometimes how the match goes. Although Ami seems to have been quite a victim for these past 2 rounds. I mean, she's been taken off before she could even get all of her barriers out of the I guess, recharge. So, let's hope we can keep that from repeating as little amount of times as we can. But right now, we're going into open area. Now, okay, open area isn't very common, I would say, at least from my side of Siege casting, because mostly it just goes from up, down. If they lose upstairs, they go upstairs again. Now, what is your strategy? How would you take this down?
Open area I've seen almost every
5
single
seconds
time
left
actually,
before
and
insertion.
usually you want a lot of vertical control and just not letting
Attackers
them
are moving
take
to defuse a bomb.
stock and janitor. It can be very difficult to take control as well. And then that jump in window, people just really like jumping into that window for some reason, which beats me. It's never going to work, but people still try. And you also want to have that vertical control and control of square. Square is going to be the key focus point, especially for these breaches and getting into the site here, as we're going to see them try and push into that, going into the florist drones. And Freck going to get off the Asami. Team 86 is done with him dying so early, so they're going to put him on Fenrir, where he won't be able to die too early, hopefully.
Hopefully.
But maybe, I mean, I'm seeing in a very aggressive position, so he actually might die to this ace here.
Look, Frank, we're crossing our fingers for you, but we can't do anything if you're playing this aggressive. Now, yeah, I mean, Square is definitely the way to go about it because it connects you to archives, which again, it's just another main breach. Again, below Square as well, just bottom Square entirely is also a direct point to the breach as we're right now seeing. Ace is going to be throwing one Bread Loaf, two Bread Loaves. That's going to be the Ace charge going on the wall. Is it going to be getting destroyed? We also see we have a drone on the Azami directly trying to hide. Oh, a peek comes out, but nothing comes out of it. No kills seem to be given or taken, at least for now. Are we going to be seeing a jump in? Please, Osa, do it for the, I guess I'll say the screams and the laughs.
Here we go. The infamous window jump might be coming. He's thinking about it. He's trying to hold that angle. Going through the foothold as well. Trying to see if he can do anything. Osa going to be pushing into this Asami. This Asami is in a very strong position to prevent anyone from really pushing. They have to get her out of this position. Otherwise, it's going to be a little bit difficult to push as Frank not going to die early, but instead going to get the first opening kill against Skipper. Nice little headshot against Skipper. Sorry, I had a little bit of a cough, but I'm back.
Yeah, it happens. No, coughs are natural, but what's not natural is how this smoke, or actually mute, pardon me, is still alive. He's right next to the breach, not getting peeked at all. He's playing it very, I'll say, rough and tough as Zodiac and Mats are going from below. Is this going to be a main stairs push? A bit of a cheeky one. A drop comes from a mine. That's going to be one kill. Robbie managed to take it off before getting dropped by Mats. Freck, another one. A double kill from him right and off the board. The MP7 Lord, shall we call him for now, but can we just, oh, let's go back a second. What was Robbie doing? He decided, I'm gonna head out. He decided to go for a bit of a trip downstairs to 6 foot under. Oh, what a shot to Mats and Curly. One of his own SMG-11. Freck finally taken off the board. The beast has been slain. The Fenrir gadgets are coming in. Thatcher, I'm saying, is going to be about as doomed as Curly can make it. And the Black Eyes, the absolutely iced out gun, shall we call it, the SMG-11, is just, you know, a total murder machine.
These SMG-11 shots that they've been hitting have actually been pretty nasty, I'm not gonna lie.
True.
They're going to be going into locker CCTV, which earlier definitely was a little bit too close for comfort, so they could lose this round. But ITV Academy has been putting up a really good fight, considering they're going on attack first, which, as we know, the meta currently extremely defender-sided, really difficult to do anything on attack. But it seems that ITV Academy is putting up a pretty good fight, going 2-1. Now, I might be speaking a little bit too soon since it is just one round, but we've seen that they've been very close, as we're going to be seeing Team 86 pull out a Fenrir now. Again, very annoying. Very annoying defense.
Yeah. No, I'm surprised they didn't give it to Freck. Freck was dominant earlier. Was it a double or a triple, whatever it was, he was holding archives like an absolute champ. That nothing was going to stop him from just wasting that time, and oh, how good he did it. Now, of course, if we go back to the previous map, as of course we're watching our lovely setup right now on the side of staff and open area, just, you know, don't want to give too much open control to these attackers. So let's move on. Let's go back in the past for a second. So what basically happened, I feel like the attackers, they actually, I'm still flabbergasted by the Wamai drop. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
Because, you know, Ace and, yet again, I think it was Flores, went downstairs. Wamai just dropped on them, and he even got him killed. Shout out to Robbie for that amazing, I guess, could we consider that a drop shot?
I'd call that a scrimplay, but it definitely worked.
Alright, fair enough. But yeah, I mean, it was a very interesting round. Now, 86 is doing pretty well. And as you mentioned, defender meta, they probably should. Now, that doesn't say anything about, we still have about, what, 3 rounds left to go, and ITB takes them. I'm saying it's a very promising match for them.
Yeah, Freck going to take some early
Attackers have
damage
recovered
once
their
again.
diffuser.
This man, he really wants to get these opening picks, but it's not quite working. As he knows that there's a player on elevator. He's got the yellow ping, but he can't do much except hold this angle and try and waste as much time as possible. We really don't want to give up this control that we have of stock. Oh, not stock, open, sorry. Very early on. Freck, we can see a lot of them are actually playing in open area. Side is kind of clear, which, looking at their team composition, is a little bit surprising, to say the least.
Yeah, actually, I was gonna ask, what if someone just went tunnel? What would they do? I mean, they have the catch play, but still, you can just go in, smoke, plant. You have a Ying, you have whatever. But the first shots are coming out. Freck again, being the first victim, but he's not going down without a fight. Gives Skipper some help, but gets down. You know, well, all hell was let loose upon him. We even see the Twitch drone roaming around. Pistol kill comes out. Oh, what a shot! Phenomenally taken off the board. That's gonna be 3v5. Very nice opening, especially them being rewarded in case smokes would be used, especially against the Capitao would be a good counter, but he's off the board. Although Goyo won't be, you know, I would prefer Azami over Goyo, of course, because she still has utility to throw, but you know, it's a player nonetheless. Now they have 45 on the clock. They still need to actually get to the preparation phase. While they do have the man advantage, which is also always fantastic, they have the upper floor. They need to slowly start going into side. They need to start pushing in just like that. That's going to be Raiden dropping in, going for a plant directly in the smoke, but oh, Robbie's going to be catching him. Lacking, he gets one, another drop comes in. Is it going to be a second plant? Smoke canisters out. Zodiac one for himself. That's going to be Monkey off the board, and we're still looking. I mean, they have 2 times the players. A double kill from Robbie, a double kill comes in from the Thermite side as Zodiac gets taken off the board, and this is very close. Okay, now Dom, I'm saying he has the zombies, and just hear me out for a second. What if he zombies everything off and goes for a defuse?
He could.
He could.
He really could. I mean, if I were him, I don't see why not. But
Oh.
it's not going to quite work. Skipper's going to find Rob's head, and that is going to go around for ITV, making it an even 2-2. Making this match most likely going to go into overtime. I hope you're ready for that. This might be a little bit of a long match, which I'm not complaining about. So far, it's been really, really good plays, and I've been pleasantly surprised with the ITV Academy attack. Usually, ITV struggles on that first half when they're attacking, and they struggle to find their footing. But this time around, they've decided that that's not going to happen. They know their opponent, Team 86, ITV Academy, have gone against each other so many times. It's like a second nature at this point for them.
A bit of a rivalry, some would say, but yeah, no, at this point, they're just trading rounds, it seems like, you know, one goes to 86, one to Academy, and then Vice, actually just repeat it, rinse and repeat, as we're going back upstairs. Now, what happened last time upstairs is basically they went for breaches on stocks and such. We saw the bandit, but we're not seeing much of that. Now, call me crazy, but I see a bit of a small person with a microwave that can scan heartbeats. Now call him Pulse or whatever you want, but that's going to be some dirty plays. Pair that up with Solus. I'm watching so many plays from below. I am watching so many. I am just imagining how many C4s can be thrown, how many shots can be shot while the plant is going down. It's absolutely insane. Now, I'm just wondering, will the attackers choose to ignore them, or will they go balls to the walls, just clear out the entire map?
Surely you have to clear them out. You can't leave these people downstairs. It's going to make it impossible to get the fuser down or anything.
True.
But you know, I mean, if you want to go really fast,
Yeah.
there is some floor that can't really be. You can plant safely. Yeah, I don't know.
We'll
Does
see,
ITV
we'll see.
Academy risk it?
Bomb located by
I'd say, yeah, go for it. Risk it. Risk it for
Risk
biscuit. As Frank, he's going very aggressive again. He's not gonna find Matt, but he definitely knows that there's a player here. And
It's just 6 stats.
we might be seeing a Frank dead again very early on.
Please no. He's a Solus as well, and oh, doesn't matter if he's a Solus. Robbie's gonna be off the board. That's Matt's opening kill onto. Wow, Matt's just took out the poles, which is probably one of the most essential parts of the strategy of this downstairs roam, I'll say it like that, as Frank is going in for the challenge. Now, let's hope he doesn't join his fellow comrade 6 foot under. He challenges us, sees the drone, starts pushing, but he's not certain where the attackers would be exactly. Now, he's just trying to find himself around, maybe wait for the attacker to push him, but in reality, it seems like he's in a bit of a, how should I say this, in a bit of a pickle.
Yeah, he's very stuck. They know that he's 100% there. They're even red pinging him. The only thing that he can do here is just try and waste as much time as possible and make the attacking team just scared of trying to do anything in case that he might peek it. A skipper going to try and go very aggressively, almost going to find someone's head. I can't quite tell who that is, but not going to find it, as Raiden is finally going to find Fred with a minute still left on the clock. Man advantage for Team 86 is not looking good. They've got one C4 left, but that's about it. Nothing to stop these players from going into site right now. And we have everything open. We're ready to just go aggressively into site. And Team 86 not looking very good unless they decide to win all of their gunfights and click heads left and right. Looking very likely, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I mean, the attackers are, again, the man advantage can be quite essential. They're still at it. Mats is the only one who took a bit of damage, but that won't matter. Raiden is going to be the first attacker to get taken off the board. Phenomenally with a double kill. The SMG-12 in hand. Unstoppable doesn't get the triple. Yes, he does. Monkey with another one. That's going to be a quad kill from Team 86. And all of this in this Hibana is locked in a 1v3. She gets a flick to the left. Can she get the second? Now she has 15 seconds on the clock. She starts pushing. She sees the diffuser, sees the second player, pushes the Legion. Oh, she gets Monkey. And now Curly is left on the board. The bearing 9, a deadly weapon, but it won't matter for Curly with his Vector in hand. Will be taking out the final player. My head is aching from how fast these players dropped. My goodness.
So I am going to completely eat my words there. As Team 86 is going to manage to somehow find the Warden triple kill and is going to win them the round. I mean, that was an insane round, I have to say. I was left speechless. You couldn't see my reaction, but I was actually holding my hands in my head in disbelief. I could not believe my own eyes that it went so horribly wrong for ITV Academy there.
By attackers.
Which we very well played to Team 86. It is still, however, 3-2. They keep trading a lot of rounds. ITV Academy might be able to take this next round, but wow, Phenomenon there going to absolutely pop up with that SMG and Caster's Curse, or maybe these players just really want to shut me up all the time, because every single time I've mentioned that a round was going to go for a team sway because they have every single advantage, they managed to lose the round. So I think I have to, at this point, I shouldn't speak anymore ever again.
So using reverse psychology, maybe it's gonna work out in your favor. But yeah, oh my, that SMG-12. Can we talk about it? A double kill onto Janitor Door, goes through and just obliterates the third person repelling in from side windows. Holy! Oh, grabbed me by the tail, but that was absolutely insane. That was insane. Triple kill. It basically turned, you know, if I woke up today and I told myself, hey, in about 10 seconds it's gonna go from a 5v3 to a 3v1, I wouldn't believe it. But here we are. That was absolutely insane. 86 just sniping that round for themselves, and well, this is why we love this. We're 5 rounds in and I've already screamed to my max capacity, and I'm probably going to get evicted by the end of this match. So, you know, all good signs and such, but we're heading on to round number 6, and this is the final round before the roll swap.
Plans enabled!
My camera just died, unfortunate, but I'll try and fix it before the halftime, and we are going to be going, as you mentioned, into this next round.
I can take over if you have any issues. That's completely fine.
Yeah, take over for a little second if you can. Never mind.
All right. Yeah. Basically, right now, Deagle in hand, Monkey 86. I feel so wrong for saying that, but whatever it is, right now, not much is going down. You know, we have verticality, which, of course, it's an attacker's trait, especially for these types of sites where you have the entire floor just completely surrounded with wood, ready for you to blow it up, and oh, it's gonna start getting quick. Oh, a first opening kill onto Curly, 1.5 minutes in, a bit late, but we needed to get somewhere at some time at least, and we still have some very deadly operators on the side of attack, and what I'm referencing is that Ying. That Ying is a very deadly, and I mean deadly, late game operator. Not even to mention how she can completely turn the game around if you don't have a warden. Thankfully, oh my goodness, my tongue got caught. Phenomenee
It
is
is
still
fine.
in game.
I
you're
have
back?
fixed my issues as well. Yes, sir.
All right. They take over.
All right, Curly going to go down, man advantage, going to ITB Academy as Asami going to try and take up as much time as possible, but Zodiac is going to keep using his flourish drones as Monkey is going to be able to find the kill on Matt. Oh, Phenomenon going to find Urkai, Monkey going to find Raiden, making it a 4v2. Team 86, this is your round. It's all down to Zodiac and Skipper, as Skipper is going to be able to find Rob. Double kill, making it more even, 3v2, 30 seconds on the clock. Zodiac going to get some drone info, going to get info on where these players are, but Team 86 can play very well as Monkey going to find a triple kill against Skipper, all down to Zodiac the man, and he's going to find Monkey, finally putting an end to his reign. 2v1, 13 seconds on the clock. They know that he's there. Something behind the shield is going to get friend blinded, and Phenomenon going to find Zodiac, and Team 86 going to take one more round.
All right, this should be standard, you know, considering I guess I'll say the key points you mentioned. Defense is better, and ITB has a bit of a rougher start, so 4-2 isn't all that bad. Now the question is the ITB gonna actually make it up? Like they said, now they're on defense. This is their chance. This is their moment to shine. Something about, I don't know, I was trying to reference Eminem lyrics, but I completely forgot how it goes. Anyways, we're going now on to the role swap. ITB on defense, Team 86 on attack, and, you know, already looking at these lineups, we're having a bit of a switch of operators. Okay, we're going to be playing downstairs, Curly on the tower, that's completely fine. But on defense, Rooney and Maestro. Now, Maestro is one hell of an operator to face on this spot, especially because, you know, you want to go for a plant. You already have smokes to deal with. You have C4s to watch out, maybe even flankers. What do you need else on your mind? Of course, a laser shooting camera, because why not?
Yeah, Maestro, very annoying to deal with, but I mean, ever since they changed them, it's annoying to deal with, but it's not the end of the world.
True.
And
5 seconds
4-2, I have to say that's a pretty good start for ITV Academy's defense. They could definitely win a couple rounds in a row and easily making it 6-4 at least. Where again, very standard defense that we're seeing. Not as annoying of a defense as Team 86 is doing, but definitely can be a hassle to deal with if you're not expecting it. And I don't think many people are going to be expecting a Maestro play here. I certainly wasn't.
Yeah, that's fair enough. But, you know, we still have a bit of a step to take as attackers right now, which is taking the upstairs. Now, top floor doesn't seem to be contested, which, you know, can't really do much about it, but it's going to be the first floor that's going to be the main issue. Now, we already saw the Rooney being around main stairs. We have a good glance at this Warden, just holding his angle like a good boy. And let's hope he can continue. Maestro joining him there. The buck verticality coming up. I'm hoping, crossing my fingers even, to see some very nice C4 kills right now. But maybe it's going to get prevented. Maybe it's going to be shot out. And we have the majority of the team actually upstairs. The drone coming out, probably going to spot the Rooney right about now. Yes, it did. And now it's up to Rooney because she can waste a bit more time just by staying in there, or she can drop.
To be struggling a little bit with the drone, but as long as that drone is trying to scout her, she knows that nobody's trying to find her as they're on their drone, but eventually going to drop. And Buck going to take some damage, presumably from Warden. C4 kill going to come out, but not going to connect. No, that was not a C4. I saw an explosion, but I have no clue what that might have been. As I say that, Rob going to find Skipper's head. Good start for Team 86 attack.
Yes,
I think that's a drone, a flourish drone explosion. Curly going to get knocked out.
Yeah. A smoke kill. It seems like Smoke's going to be taking out Curly. I don't know how to pronounce that name correctly. Is it... Urkari?
Attackers have recovered their defuse.
Let's stick with Urkari. Urkari got one for himself. Urkari?
Or Kari, yeah.
Akari, okay. Freck one gets himself onto Matt, so that's going to be the warden of the match. And we still have some flashes on Hibana, so not much of a counter there. Zodiac playing all the way from Garrett, just waiting for that plant. Just that default plant, the flashes are coming in. Are they going to be timed perfectly? Maybe, maybe not. The smokes are also coming out. The smoke has one more canister left in his right pocket. He's actually plays aggressively on the hatch, but the plant is going down. The Hibana is getting it successfully, and there it is. Now we're in a post-plant situation, and the defenders are the ones on the time limit. Going for a flanker, Kari is going to be getting taken out. That's going to be Monkey with another kill for his own. A double kill from Fact, and a triple just to finish it off. The bug going off the board. He gets 1, 2, and 3. Very nice finish up, and we even get a little bit of a, I guess I'll say, play of the game. All right. But yeah, that's going to be another round going to Team 86. A very, I'll say, smoothly played out the way they took out basically everything on the first floor. The Rooney got pushed out quite efficiently, I'll say, droned out. The Hibana started flashing her, but then at that point she was already downstairs. Also, taking out the warden was, I'll say, very central, not just because he was playing upstairs, also because, it's a bit of a counter to those flashes. Now, how much they actually changed the outcome of the game, I'm not quite sure, but I can say for certain that it was, I'll say a post-plan situation type. Now, going on to round 8, Team 86, they need to win 2 more rounds, and they'll be looking like a very nice victor of today. Victor.
Could definitely go their way. ITV Academy is going to change up their defense a little bit. I'm going more of an info denial as they're going to go with a Mossy and a Solus.
5 seconds left.
I have to say though, Team 86 attack was just really aggressive. They might want to invest a little bit more on time wasting and entry denial. I don't think Team 86 wasted that much time droning, to be honest. They kind of played with that little Arunion elevator, but other than that, droning wasn't much there to get info. They just decided to go in, drop the hatch, outshoot them, and get killed. As ITV Academy going to go into an open defense, Robbie going to go into this window. Hopefully, we might see a little bit of a window jump, but I highly doubt it. I'd like to see a Frost player, like you mentioned earlier. I think Frost is the only kill that I haven't witnessed so far in this tournament in Season 3 for Voltage League. I haven't seen a single Frost mat kill, and that's what I'm really looking forward to.
Have you seen the knife kill?
I have seen a knife kill.
Oh my goodness.
I have seen a Flores drone kill as well.
No way.
Yeah, it was actually in this it was in Bank as well. And there was an Asami playing on open where she placed where this Asami is actually playing right now on the kitchen counter. Flores drone just came out as Akari's going to find phenomenon. Anyway, Flores drone came out into the Rooney and managed to kill her. But C4 going to connect against Freck. ITV Academy defense looking way better this time around, as they've got a bit of an advantage. They do not want to waste it.
Yeah, Ling also being taken out this early. Seems like all of the late game operators are having a bit of bad luck, we'll say it like that. Besides the smoke. Smoke is absolutely chilling. Every smoke player has been basically popping off since we started this match, with smokes and with this SMG-11 combined with that beautiful British shotgun. We always love to see it. But for now, we don't have a smoke, mostly a mute. So we're just going to stick with that, as Skipper won't be sticking with his team, as Curly is going to be taking him off the board. Oh, the Zami gets noticed. She actually almost takes off the head of the fellow attacker, and right now Monkey is just pushing up. The Zami has backed off, but will it be bad timing that curses him, and she pushes at the right moment? No, she backed off. Fair enough. It's the safest option. You do want to waste time in situations like these, and with still the Zami barrier, or Kiba, no, it's a Zami barrier. We'll just stick to it. It's going to be a bit of an annoying situation, especially for Fuse here, trying to get a bit of a pixel shot, but not succeeding as thought.
I personally call Asami's ability pancake most of the time, because it kind of looks like a mushy, grayish pancake, like oatmeal.
It's just like concrete. It's just a concrete pancake.
It is. It's very weird. As Curly going to find Ray to make it a 4v3. Curly, however, going to get traded almost immediately, going to go down to Matt. And Robbie going to find Arkari. So many trades coming out. Zodiac going to find Robbie, Monkey, Zodiac, Freck, Matt, and that is round. for Team 86 in an exchange of gun duels that happened very, very quickly when there was barely no time left. It all went down to T minus.
Oh, 86 is on match point and a
Ooh.
force round difference. My goodness. Yeah, that round actually, I thought it was going to go to IDB. For a start, it was looking good. I mean, they took out the Ying, they injured the Buck, maybe not finished him, but still, it's still a bit of a advantage nonetheless. And of course, it looked promising, but in the end, it was kind of a situation that happened again. 86 making these comebacks. It seems like they have it in their blood, they have it in their systems, you could even say. And yeah, we're going downstairs, ignoring the fact that I saw a fuse belly flop from Hatch previous round, which was a new sight to see after all this time. But right now downstairs, we have a Mira, we have a Fenrir, a Zami, we have oh my god, almost the complete set of the 4 Horsemen of Death. I would say the 4 Horsemen of Death in Siege are Zami, Solus, Fenrir, and Mira. First, maybe replace the Mira with the Valkyrie, but it's about that shtick. And I also enjoy seeing some upper plays with the Mira. So, you don't, most of the time when you queue up into ranked, you're like, okay, I'm going to solo queue, I'm going to decide to torture myself today. You see the Miras probably placing them in the most default spots, such as directly on site, on main breach, or as such, but seeing the Mira in vertical play is absolutely just chef's kiss.
I'm going to have to agree. And the 4 Horsemen of Death, definitely. Asami and Fenrir, it's just really annoying operators. Cabral and Kaid combo as well, which I imagine we're going to be seeing at least the Kaid and Cabral ban, either of those two, every single time.
That is true.
Team 86 into match point. ITV Academy is going to have to do something a little bit different, and they seem to kind of be doing that. They've decided to go with the more meta kind of composition. They've been doing that, but Team 86 going to be doing a very quick drop, hatch drop, and is that good to get anyone? But no! Raiden is going to find Phenomena that's going to go not work against them, as their car is going to find Rob, making it a 3v5. Freg find Raiden, however. Oh, Freg going to find 2, making it a 3v3. Monkey going to find Skipper. What is going on? I see making it a 3v2 with so much time on the clock. Team 86 might have just absolutely won this round.
This is not happening. They dropped, the double kill was delivered to them, but they came striking back with twice, of course, getting a triple kill of their own. A bit of a strike back from Mats. He's not going to be letting it be as easy as thought from the side of 86. The pings are going down. A very close wall bang that was. But Zodiac and Mats, they're going to be holding it off against Curly and Monkey. Now, what is the plan here? Most of it is barricaded for the side of, Monkey's right now kind of stuck in vault with the diffuser, so if he gets taken out, it's going to be quite the trouble for these defenders. But we still have the Ink. She doesn't have the Candelas, but that LMG, that mag is absolutely deadly. That drum mag can go for about as long as a human person can live, and it can keep on going after that. The Zombie already noticed the Nomad, but she doesn't know where the diffuser is, which, a bit of a surprise, but it's on Nomad. Now, it's a 2v2. These attackers have time. They have almost a minute, 50 seconds. And they're going up a bit more aggressive. And Nomad gets taken out. That's the diffuser. And Ying is in trouble.
Curly going to somehow manage to drop down the hatch, but Mads is going to find him. And ITV Academy going to manage to prevent them from winning this match. And not much that Team 86 could have done there. They were in a really rough position. They were stuck in vault, and then Ying just couldn't really do anything. I'm surprised enough that she managed to drop down the hatch as it was being watched, but not much that they could do that round. Definitely was going to go ITV Academy's way at the end. They were in a very good position. But that being said, Team 86 can definitely still get that match point, and ITV Academy has a long way to prevent that from happening. Might be a little bit too difficult, and in these cases usually we don't see the comeback. I'm gonna believe in the comeback, however, because I think I did vote for ITV Academy to win this match. I don't remember who I voted for.
I voted for 86 because I have never seen ITV, but we can at least give 86 a for effort for dropping down that hatch. It actually kind of looked promising for a second. It went from a 3v5 down to a 3v2. That was insane. Again, it looked like 86 were going to make another And I mean another round comeback.
10 seconds remaining.
But in the end, ITB wasn't gonna let it happen like that. They're not gonna let him make, I guess I'll say, a one after another comeback just like that. And
Attackers are moving to defuse
you know, they got around from themselves, but they need 3 more. And they need 3 more not just to win, but to have a chance at winning because, well, that's how match point and overtime work. And we're seeing the Mozzie again, which, okay, like I said, I'm an old timer, not really, not that old, but I haven't seen much of Mozzie in general. Has there been any changes? Have people realized maybe the strength of him? What am I missing out on, Dom?
Nothing really. You're kind of right. Mossy he's how he's always been. In fact, a little bit worse. Ever since they got rid of his secondary shotgun,
Yeah.
he's been completely useless. The only reason that you might want to go Mossy is to for that info denial. But for the same reason, you could just easily go Solis and have the exact same job done. Monkey 86, however, going to be finding Skipper. Opening pick for Team 86. ID Academy, they're gonna have to be a little bit careful not to throw this round. They have a lot of util to kind of prevent them. They have 2 C4s and 4 impacts.
Yep, definitely. And they also have a Warden 6 foot under, sadly. Although I love the zombie being used to just kind of block this Hibana from being able to take out the Maestro trying to rotate back towards side or just present off his side. Robbie, another kill. That's going to be Matt's off the board at 5v3. The Twitch drone is going to be a bit of a pain to deal with, especially when you have Maestros and Mozzies. But besides that, it could be actually a bit, you know, some different picks. Now, Zodiac gets one onto Phenomenon. Oh my god, my pronunciation with this name. Phenomenon. There it goes. Is going to be a very nice pick. It evens out the score just a bit more, but they need 1 pick. And I'm saying only 1 to not have any man advantage on any side. Just even it out nice. This man count needs to go down or it goes up. But that's all up to these players. And so will be Freck to have the first word joined, or Akari joining actually on this, I'll say, gossip train on taking out Freck, revenging his fallen comrade.
Arcaria and Raiden, they're carrying their team's weight right now. If they don't manage to clutch this up, they're going to be losing this first match of the day. And we don't want to see that. Otherwise, we've all voted for a very close match. And Akari going to keep up the expectations. Is going to find one. And Raiden going to find the repel. Going into Monkey. And Akari going to find Curly 86. And ITV going to keep up their streak and going 1 more round.
Oh. Okay, we're getting closer. 86, you better start getting a bit more locked in, because there's earlier it was 4 rounds away from this overtime, and it was 3. Now we're down to 2. And those 2, you know, 2 rounds can go by quickly, and 2 rounds can also be extremely detrimental to the situation, because 86, if they go into overtime, who can tell? Maybe they'll actually lose if they go into overtime. Maybe they won't, but right now I would say lock in. Just play it safe. Don't drop down hatch 3 people at a time. We're in that type of situation. But
Bomb located by
right now,
attackers.
ITB, very nice. Just kind of streak we're getting at. You know, gotta keep it coming if they do want to go into this overtime, have another chance at, I guess, redeeming themselves. So this is a BO1. This is a best of 1, not a best of 3. They won't. After this, they either lose or they win, and that's about it. Phenomenally kind of revealing her drone right there. You do, since the enemy, I would say Solus is a really deadly operator because, you know, she completely counters these pre-placed drones. If the defenders don't have a Solus, you really want to utilize pre-placed drones because they can save you so much time. You can put them on stairs, have someone watch them at the start of the round, and you see no one go up. It's basically, you just saved about 2, or let's say like a rough minute of just taking out the entire place. Maybe, okay, not a minute, half a minute. Let's keep it at that. And time is a very important thing, but Curly's time has ran out as Raiden's going to be getting one for himself. Some more shots getting, you know, fired out from the side of the zombie, or Raiden himself. He got one, he wanted more smoke. Freck actually smoking, going into side. Mads gets one onto Robbie. Skipper one of himself onto Phenomenon. Freck with another kill. He's just being an absolute Demolition Man, but gets taken out himself as he trades himself for Mats. And now it's a 1v3 situation for Monkey. But we have definitely seen 86 in clutch situations like these before.
Monkey 6 going to go down to Skipper. ITV Academy once again going to win another round in a row. Team 86 is letting this win out of their grasp. They were so close, yet now they are so far. And if this keeps going up, it's going to be snowballing, and ITV Academy might have a very good chance of winning. They are still in the match point, but it is 6-5. And the way that things have been going, ITV Academy could very well win this defense round once again, as we're going to be going into Locker CCTV. Which I say that, and as I say that, I'm realizing that I'm a little bit doubtful now, because Locker CCTV defense for ITV Academy has been very wobbly.
Attackers
And
need to locate
unless
and
Team
defuse
86
the
decides
bombs
to
they can.
kind of drop down the hatch again, I think Team 86 might be able to outdo them on this one, I'm afraid.
Yeah, it's rough to say, but, you know, again, we're going to say it probably for the final times, but we can do a safe assumption that they won't be repeating
Bomb
that,
located by attackers.
I'll say, out-of-pocket strategy again. But we're going to have to see what they actually had in mind earlier. So, again, we're seeing the mirror upstairs. We're not going to be ignoring that this time. We're going to be full forcing it through the upstairs
10 seconds
area.
left.
The castle as well upstairs, just making that mirror so much more impenetrable. It's actually
left.
crazy. And especially for attackers, I mean, you do need open area. Well, you don't need
Attackers
it.
are heading out
Of
to
course,
defuse
you
a
can
bomb.
always just rush through tunnel or 5-man into one room. But, of course, that's basically a loss in this, I guess I'll say, siege economy for now. So let's see what these attackers have in mind. We still have a bit of a similar, I guess I'll say, lineup of attackers. We have the Flores, Hibana, Thermite, Buck, just for those breaches and those essentials, and Twitch for the counter of Mira. And does she still counter Goyo? She does, yes?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm a little bit interested to see that they're going to be opening the footholes on open, just to immediately close it down with the Asami pancake. Which, I mean, props to them, but I don't know, I just found it a little bit intriguing and a little bit funny, as Monkey 86 and to find a nasty first opening pick against Zodiac. That is castle down. Not looking good, not looking good.
Oh, no, it isn't. And they're, yet again, Raiden right now, I don't know which player exactly it was that was the last time sitting involved ready for these players to drop, but this time around it's going to be our lovely Raiden, the Mirror player, the man himself, the man, the myth, the legend, and, you know, he's going to be expecting it a lot more, but what it's not going to be expected is going to be Skipper getting taken out by Robbie. Now, he's pushing in, just jumping through that cursed window, like we mentioned earlier, and 86 is not in a bit of a comeback situations, but that's why ITB is here. In a 5v3, they're going to be kind of pushed down to the very corner smoke, basically guarding something that isn't essential at the current moment. I mean, that's not the main focus, server side, at least not for now. Mads gets taken out. That's going to be another 417 kill. You expect Twitch to be running the F2 since it's an amazing gun, but he managed it with the 417, which is exceptionally as well a great loadout pick to have.
ITV Academy, you're kind of losing the plot here, but Akari going to be able to find the pick against the Rob, making a little bit even, as Raiden on the other side of the map is going to be able to find Hibana. Maybe I spoke a little bit too soon, but unfortunately Akari is going to go down from servers too early. It is all down to Raiden. His team is praying that he can manage to clutch this. It's the last round. If he manages to win it, they're going to be closer into getting that match point, as the Diffuser is going to go down. They're going to play the vertical play. C4 coming out is going to connect, and C4 is going to connect. But unfortunately, Diffuser is going down. And now we're in a post-plant situation. Might be a little bit difficult. Hatch is open. Not much that Raiden can do, unless Team 86 decides to kind of peek and troll a little bit, but we're already hearing GGs from Team 86. Oh! Raiden going to be able to find Monkey, actually. There's other players in the other hatch. Fred going to wait a little bit before peeking it, and he is going to be able to find Raiden, and Team 86 is going to get that first match point. Ladies and gentlemen, Team 86 are your winners for today's first match, and we have way more to come. That is a scoreline of 7-5. Very well played from both teams.
My goodness, that was an absolute spree of one after another. Now, okay, so 86 won, and we still have 3 more matches to go. Am I correct?
Yeah, we have three. We have 4 matches today. That was the first one. 3 more to go.
And it's going to be Unguardable versus Team Unknown. And yeah, I mean, to me, all these teams are unknown, but an interesting name to have as we're right now. Wait, these replays, I mean, these kills and just the amount of, I guess you could say, highlights there were. This match is absolutely insane. 86 with like 3 insane comebacks. I thought Raiden was actually going to come back right now. No jokes. It looked so close. He got the triple kill. He almost went for a quad, and it was just absolutely insane how well it all ended off. But in the end, Buck was not going to be letting it just fall apart, because if Raiden right now did it, we'd be looking into overtime, which we're not, sadly.
No, but that was a very close match, I have to say, and ITV Academy almost bringing it back. I had a little bit of hope, but unfortunately, like I mentioned earlier, that basement defense is not ITV's strongest point. But very well played to both teams. They're both completely
Yes.
fine in the standings. They're very high up. They have no issues for either losing or winning these matches. Just kind of adding a little bit into it, and I think that's going to be all for me from now until we come see into the next match. Is there any other words that you'd like to say before we go into break?
Uh, Me personally, no. I think it's time we have a bit of a break.
All right, everyone. We'll see you after this break.
Smoke is scanning to the sky. You can't believe your senses. You think you've seen it all until you open your eyes. I never wanna be alone. This place is cursed. I want you.
나 야 자꾸 눈에 이러고 그러면
Welcome back here at the Voltage League. Last match we had Team 86 versus Into the Breach Academy. As we are slowly getting used to it when seeing a match with Team 86, we have usually clips for days, but that was the past. You can see those clips at the end again. And our next matchup is Unguardable versus Team Unknown. For Unguardable, we have Bimsy, CSK, Tinka, Ayuzi, Nins. And for Team Unknown, we are going to have Park, Wet, Jono, Sir Pega, Shenzo playing this evening. Currently, Unguardable is ranked 6 in the standing. We're going to see Team Unknown on the 7th rank. Both teams have played against each other 3 times before. All 3 times went against Team Unguardable. Interestingly, 2 of those games were on Skyscraper, a map that we may be seeing today again. So, yeah, we are going to see Skyscraper again. So, Don, what can you tell us about those teams on Skyscraper?
Skyscraper, well, I'll be honest, so far, Unknown hasn't put up much of a fight. Skyscraper, they play Unguardable likes to go very, very aggressive in the attack, and on the defense they go even more aggressive. So I imagine that Unknown is going to try and go a little bit more defensive, but Unguardable has won every single time against Unknown. So I'm not quite too sure that Unknown might be able to do something, especially with the getting picked up by the org and everything. I imagine that might have been a little bit chaotic. I don't know the insides of it, but you know, Skyscraper, I think this is the time, the only map that, well, the map that they like to play the most. Like you mentioned, they've played it twice now against each other, and then another match was Clubhouse. So they definitely know how to play Skyscraper against each other. Might be more interesting than the previous ones, but I'm a little bit doubtful. I'm not gonna lie.
You're a little bit doubtful. We can see that our staff here is
Oh, wow.
a little bit doubtful as well. We're going to see a 50-50 split in the predictions. Puff, you think Team Unknown is going to win this game? Why do you think that?
Look, it's not about knowledge, but I am always down for rooting for, I guess, the so-called underdogs. I really like some time of a first-time wonder or that type of situation where they actually manage to, show that maybe they had bad matches, bad luck, bad days, whatever it may be. I always love, kind of betting on these types of just in general underdogs or players who may have had bad experiences or I guess a lower percentage of wins against another team.
Yeah, that is a very interesting statistic. Also, I personally thought Unguardable is going to win. Dom, you thought that as well. What makes you think that?
I've watched Unguardable a lot of times play, and uh, their playstyle can be very difficult to play against if you don't know how to adapt properly. And from what I've seen from Unknown and the previous times, not only when they've gone against each other, but just their other matches, Unknown struggles sometimes with the being adaptable to a lot of changes or being adaptable to a very aggressive playstyle. And sometimes they'll both play very aggressively, and it'll just come down to whoever can be most aggressive. And often seems unguardable. But I do have to say, these predictions that we all have, all of these predictions that we all have, has been probably the most even ones that I've seen so far. It's all 50-50. The production is not too sure where these matches are going to go, which is kind of refreshing to see. Usually it's just like a clean swipe, except one person votes the underdog team.
Yeah. Um, while we're discussing this, I'm actually getting a little bit unsure because speaking of the game's history, you could actually see that the last match on Skyscraper was very, very close. It was a 7-5, and you just said Team Unknown is a very adaptable team, so it may be that they learned their lessons and now they want their revenge. They know how Unguardable plays on Skyscraper, and that is a very interesting way on how to counter strat this. Like we saw a Team 86 is fair is fairly well on top of this league, but suddenly Into the Breach Academy managed to just kind of take them apart by just not playing their games. They just went in, took out the people who were aggressive. On while Team 86 was on attack, they just placed a brick wall where they were trying to enter, and Team 86 in quite a few rounds ran right into the wall, tried getting through it, and took considerable damage while smashing through it. So that is a very interesting thing that we are going to see.
Yeah, sorry, I was almost laughing a little bit there, not because of what you were saying, but it's just because I was looking at Puff, and it looked like he was trying to mug me. He was just like seductively looking to the camera. He was like, I kept looking at that. It made me want to laugh. So I apologize if it looked like I was laughing at you, but I wasn't. I was just laughing at Puff.
I was trying to mock
Even
you.
if you were, that wouldn't be an issue, because even if you were, it would have been interesting to know why. However, you weren't, so the next game is going to be very interesting. From the history, you could actually see that Team Unknown is not quite that successful in the current season. We could also say that about Unguardable. However, both teams are separated by just 3 points within the standings. So this game could actually make the difference between rank 6 and 7 that we see on screen right now. We are seeing that Team Unknown is only 3 rounds worse in the round difference here. So if they win, they can tie Unguardable in the points. If they win high enough, they can even surpass them. If they lose, the gap between the lowest teams and the middle section widens. Don, what do you think is the risk that that Team Unknown runs here by ending on one of the last places of the league if they lose today?
Well, we're on day 8 of group stage, so it's going to be extremely difficult to make any comeback whatsoever. And once you fall, you're at that much of a point loss. There's nothing that you can do. I feel like it would be already if they lose this. It's kind of GG's for them. There's still always a chance of comeback, of course, just very highly unlikely. And I'm a little bit intrigued to see Unguardable so low in the standings because I remember on the very first at the beginning of the season on Swiss stage or playoffs, I think it was Swiss stage. Um, Unguardable made a very strong impression, and they seemed that they would be one of the stronger teams. But I'm not too sure what has happened throughout the season that they've kind of fallen. And I like you mentioned, it's kind of a tie-way between last three places. And these teams, they're in really bad positions to lose their next games. It could almost impossible to be able to come back from that, I think.
So I think that is the same position that NXT finds themselves in. That they are actually tied for rounds with Team Unknown on the last place. So, Puff, what do you think are going to be the most important matches that are going to come for today's evening? If you, well, when we are looking at this at the current standings, we currently have Unguardable versus Team Unknown coming up. We have NXT versus Rocks Horizon. So we have NXT on rank 8 versus Rocks Horizon on rank 2. Order 66 on rank 5 versus Stax Copper Clan currently on rank 3.
Honestly, if we're talking about most important, it's how you said right now the current match, because it can kind of switch the standings between Unguardable and Team Unknown. But if we're talking about interesting, I'm definitely going to say NXT versus Rocks Horizon, because yet again, NXT is way below Rocks Horizon. Rocks Horizon is in the top three, NXT is basically in the bottom. And with that, I feel like if, again, for me, I've mentioned this several times, but underdog games are probably my favorite because if I can root and actually have that sort of, I'll say, pounding heart for the underdog team, which seems to be NXT right now, which I'm going to be all in it for them, and I hope they win, is going to be very interesting because even if they actually put up a fight, if they're actually doing really good, it's going to make it that much better. I'm just hoping that it doesn't get to be as one-sided as it seems as of current.
Yeah, an underdog story is definitely my one of my favorites as well. We saw that 2 weeks ago as well when one team was already on match point and then suddenly the underdog and that was actually Unguardable versus Stax Copper Clan here. Just came back, got back round after round after round. I think it was a 6-1 or 6-2, and they almost dragged it to overtime. But then sadly that was denied by Stax Copper Clan. But it just, if you have an underdog story and they are going for the comeback, it is mind-boggling. You are shaking so bad, and it is one of the greatest feelings when watching not just esports, any kind of sports match. Don, what do you think is the most important matchup for this evening that we still have coming up?
Uh, Probably Rocks Horizon versus NXT, and then Unguardable versus Unknown. NXT and Unknown are both teams that are at the bottom of the leaderboard currently with 3 points each, and but they're at this point they're kind of competing against each other to not be last place. So it's kind of more of a fight between seeing who can lose less points or uh, maybe even win them, which I don't think is going to be very likely. Well, we have seen a lot of underdog stories, like Puff has mentioned. He really likes them, and I did get some intel that Unknown are having some issues with one of their players, so their coach is going to be subbing in, I believe, if I heard correct. Puff can maybe confirm if I'm right or wrong.
Yes, I think I should be around that. The coach is going to be the last player replacing, since there were some background issues that we're not gonna disclose. All right, and with that, we should be getting into the match as of right now. Skyscraper. Now, look, Dom, you're a bit of a. Are you a skyscraper man, or are you a bit more of an Oregon player yourself?
I'm more of a cafe player. I want cafe only for the next map pool.
Okay, fair enough. But, you know, you're still probably familiar with Sky. So what do you say? What would the bans be here?
Oh. Bans, I think we're going to be seeing something standard. We might be seeing Ying definitely, or a Dokubi. Maybe even a Monty. Yeah, Ying is going to go down. I dare say Monty might get banned, or yeah.
There it is.
Then for defense, it's like probably Solis or Asami going to be very strong. Fenrir even.
Fenrir, yeah.
And Kair Tubarao is, like we mentioned, most likely going to be one of those two earlier as well. Fenrir, one of the horsemen, the dark horsemen of the Siege meta currently, which makes it almost impossible to win a single attack round.
Yeah, so we have Fenrir, we have one of them. Now it's probably, like you said, it's either got to be Kato or Tubarao, and it's going to be Solis. So we have the dynamic duo of, oh, you can't breach anymore in the match right now. So it's going to be interesting to see how Exhibition is going to be playing about. But we're going on to round one with Unguardable on the defense, and let's see how they're going to get around to it. Now, they don't seem to be going for a main breach objective, which for Karaoke and T-Room, definitely... Okay, yeah, just got some more info in on the Team Unknown situation. Safe is going to be the coach, the replacing player, or should I say the Twitch as of current. But yeah, right now the state they're playing, I wouldn't necessarily say it's an objective you want to go for main breach. You definitely should focus on the breach as a defender just to kind of distract, waste time, and mostly waste utility with, which a mute can do just fairly fine. It can do fantastic with it, but in general, you don't need a bandit, an arcade, and a Tubarao, and a mute, and every single operator to deny the breach, because this is not CC Clubhouse, this is Tea and Karaoke.
Like you mentioned, main breach is not going to be much of an issue. Usually for this site, you want to go into either that main stair situation or just drum. There's not much that you can really breach, just opening some angles, and Grim... I don't know. Grim is the first time we're going to be seeing him. I'm not a big fan of Grim. I remember that when he first came out, nobody liked him, and now he's played almost religiously to the point that it makes me question my sanity sometimes.
Oh, God.
Because he can be strong, but I don't see his full potential being used most of the time. They don't, like, sure, he throws his bees. We know that there's a player there already. We're not going to do anything to get him out of there. We'll just have the ping on him. You know what? I don't know. It just feels kind of a waste to me. I don't know what your opinions are on that.
I mean, I guess it could kind of put a bit of pressure on the player, let's say, if the attackers do know he's in a corner, it puts the pressure on him and kind of makes, before we get to that, it kind of makes the information a bit more clear and a bit more visually active. When he decides to maybe push or maybe peek or something, the attackers actually have a bit more of a clear than just, voice communication call out. Now, as we're talking about that, talking about clear shots, it's going to be Nins off the board, the Valkyrie, which she still has her cams up and she's probably going to use, which is going to be the main part, which could be the bane for these attackers. Now, they still have all the players on board. They have the Osa, the Ace, the Ash, the Buck, and of course the Grim. Like you mentioned, not too big of a fan of him, I see, but maybe. We're just going to cross our fingers. Maybe we can see some plays with him.
Team Unknown is going to find that very early pick, which surprises me a little bit. Usually Team Unknown is a little bit more defensive against Unguardable. Unguardable likes to be really offensive. But Jono going to find CSK as he's going to try and push very aggressively into this Osa, and it's not going to work. Team Unknown is quite pleasantly surprising me with already a gun man advantage, and with Warden down, they can use all of their flashes. Well, the 3 flashes that they have in store, but can still be annoying to deal with. As I say that, Bemsi going to find one, Elusi going to find Serpega, Unguardable going to make it an even 3v3. Round could go to either team.
Yeah, that nasty angle from Elusi right now. 3 walls, 3 rooms. He has it all covered with just 1 set of bullets. He takes out 2. That's going to be the Ash and the Osa off the board right now. Ooh, almost a nasty headshot onto Elusi, but not close enough to the head. It was a bit more bullets taken down to the neck. But that's not going to be satisfying for the Siege hitboxes as we have 30 seconds on the clock. Right now it's a 3v3, so it's looking quite even. But these attackers, they're on a time limit. Elusi is also on the limit to get some kills. He gets 1, and BM's Bubsy I'm gonna call him Bubsy gets taken out.
15 seconds
Jono as well
remaining.
joining him at 6 foot under. A trade coming out for the lovely defenders as Safe needs to push. He goes in. This is the coach of the team. This is their bread and butter. The bailiff in hand. He almost gets it, but Tinka will be finishing the job with a nice shotgun shell and a very clean one at that.
I have nothing to say for that round, I'll be honest.
There.
Unknown started very well.
Yeah.
They managed to get those early picks. They had a man advantage. It was all going in their favor. Out of nowhere, they just start running in like headless chickens, and Unguardable punishes them, manages to find those kills, and Unknown is going to go down for a round that they should have realistically won.
Mm-hmm.
That being said, I know that Unknown is playing with their coach,
Attackers need to locate and defuse
which is
the
why I
bomb
expect
if they can.
smarter plays this time around. Maybe we're not going to be seeing a lot of engagements or a lot of gunfights, but definitely more planning and more strategic plays, I'd imagine. That's the advantage of having the coach play with you.
Yeah.
You know, I mean,
He has the strategies basically like written into his brain, so you know he has something to bring along, but let's hope he also has the mechanical skill to back it up, because that's going to be very important, especially on attack. Attack is the side where you do have, I guess you'd say, gun advantage. You have the frag advantage. You have better fragging operators. You have more, I guess you'd say, just in general advantageous guns. And especially talking about guns and of course fragging, what's the perfect operator for that? Ash, yes. What's the second best? It's gonna be Amaru. Now, you know, the second name Spider-Man, third name I wouldn't know. She can actually just honestly repel him to side, which you do not know how much I love a good Amaru rush when I see it, but, you know, you can still also use her just because of the guns. She has the SMG-11, which is probably the best secondary in the game, and with the primary being, I believe it's the IQ's LMG, it's just a shredding gun in general, so you know you can deal a lot of damage. Pair that up with the flashes and you have yourself an absolute monster of a character to deal with. Now, defenders bringing something similar of the likes, which would be Mira, the Vector as well. You know, some of these guns are just, I guess you would say, very underrated to go up against sometimes, especially with the Vector. Just, you gotta hit those shots, and Binzi will be doing that onto Sir Pega, taking out the Grim off the board, and that's gonna be an opening kill for Unguardable.
like you mentioned,
Attackers have located
and
the bomb.
Unguardable already starting good with defense. Sir Pega, a Grim going to go down. Park, I thought that he was going to go in through bathroom, get in through that hatch, and try and maybe do the Amaru, little bit of a rush, but unfortunately, ooh, maybe we might be seeing the rush that you really wanted to see, as he's going to be looking at it. Flash is going to come out, surely. Shotgun prepped, he's ready. Yellow pings are coming out. It's just a matter of time, and we might be seeing it. Unfortunately, oh no, it doesn't look like we're going to be seeing it quite yet, but it'll be very soon. Very nice. As Shenso going to go up in an angle against Tinka, going to find that mute. That is one more down. A little bit of fire is going to come out. Red ping going to come out, swapping to the skeleton key. Flash going out, not going to do anything.
Drop the bomb
CSK
diffuser.
going to manage to find Shenso, as Nins on the other side is going to find Park. The rest that we wanted to see is not going to work. Save going to find CSK 3v2. This could go either way.
Yes, it could. We have all the secondary utility on the side of defense, though we have 2 C4s and 2 impacts, which could deal some deadly damage. But these attackers, yet again, time limit, and they need to get these kills in, otherwise they'll start to tick-tock out of time. Now, Jono's still in a 1v3 situation, just like he was earlier. Binzi gets one for himself, as he's going to be taken out safe, and Nins will be taking out Jono just to finish the job, and another round going to these defenders, and same situation, I feel like. You know, they had a very decent start, but at the end, it was all down to Jono and his 1v3. And with that, it's going to be a 2-0 score. You know, we have a bit of a streak going on for Unguardable on their defensive, as they're forced down into bathroom and bedroom. I would honestly I would love to see some barbecue, some kitchen, some sort of plays like that, but they have a strategy in mind, and let's see them execute it, as again, I'm seeing that Amaru. I'm seeing it on the attacking side, and I want it. I want that rush bad.
I think we all do. I haven't seen one in ages.
Yeah,
It won't work. Probably
True.
not, but
true.
it would be hilarious to see it. we're going to be going into bedroom instead of barbecue, which is not often seen. But if you know how to play bedroom, it can be one of those sites that you can take advantage of, as not many people really know how to attack it. It's a site that no one knows how to defend. It usually means it's really easy to attack at the same time because you kind of just run in,
10 seconds
dump
to
some
go.
util,
Yeah.
that's it, and then you just walk in. But if you can know how to defend it,
4 and 3.
you're on a pretty good advantage against an attack that's probably not practiced much. I'll be honest, I don't think anyone has ever scrimmed bedroom in their entire life, but
First time for everything.
yeah.
First time for everything. And first time today, I believe we're going to be seeing the Lion in play. We're also back to the Maestro on defense. Always love to see those Italian cameras being set up. And the verticals right now are seeming very promising. Although I'm hoping for some runouts on the side balcony. Shinzo right now just going for some, casual droning. Gotta check out what's on those corners you want to peek. Gotta make it secure. You don't want to head peek everything because, well, that's how the enemies get free picks, and that's how you get yourself taken out of the match. Now, the attackers seem to be taking their time. Almost a minute has passed by. They have their drones even in sight, and I don't think there's a single player, a single defender that's actually inside. They're mostly upstairs, so it seems like it's going to be a bit of a bank situation right here, just like it would be when they're playing open area.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
Yeah, the Skyscraper, you don't usually see that many people play side. It's a map that need a lot of control, as CSK going to go a little bit aggressive into Serpega. Not going to be able to find it. Instead, Tinka, however, going to be able to find safe to get. That is Twitch down. That's going to make things difficult to open anything and get rid of any util. But Serpega going to win that duel against CSK on that little window, as he's going to be pushing aggressively. He knows that there's a player here. He hears them. He's going to try and melee them. They're going to miss a little bit. He wants to go fast, but it's going to get punished for it, and he's going to go down.
Yes, he will. We have a down player right next to that mirror window. He just knifed, and we have Shinzo in sight. The C4 comes out. He does fail to shoot it, throws out some nades. The plant is also going down this line. Not sure what he can do. Oh, a nade kill onto Nins. And that's going to be a 3v3 situation. Jonah not sure where he's getting shot from, but this verticality is seemingly very deadly. They're going to have to drop hatch if they want to efficiently secure, or should I say, protect, or maybe even challenge the site. Another kill dropped onto Tinka. That's going to be Shinzo with a double kill, a 2v3 situation. The Alda in hand, red dot inside. He's thinking the Maestro wants to drop. ARK is going for the plant. The pings are going down, but they're going to have to do something about it. The drop, they're ready for that. These attackers know what's happening. They know what's coming to them. The pistol in hand, it's all going to go down. There goes the plant. Finally, they're going to be actually sticking to it. Earlier, they wanted to stick to it about, let's say, 2 to 3 times. Weren't sure they wanted to be completely safe. And even now, the Alda is going to be a bit of an annoyance to deal with. Looks away just at the wrong moment as we're down the last 15 seconds. Now, look, these defenders, they're chilling upstairs. They have a good place to be. They have a good set in mind. They have a plan. And these attackers, yep, they do the wrong thing. They left the diffuser unsecured. They push the shotgun. And Lucy gets one. The plan's going down. The last few seconds, and Benzi will be finishing it off very nicely.
Absolutely nothing that can be done from the attackers there. They're all in sight. No one's contesting vertical. We can't contest vertical. And you can just shoot anywhere, as we just saw. Anyone trying to plant the diffuser is going to get shot and not going to be able to do it. Beautifully well played from Unguardable. Like I mentioned, if you know how to play that site, it's really difficult to attack. And once you're in a situation where time is of essence, you have all of your players on site, you have to contest that vertical a little bit sooner than they did. By the time they did it, they had 4 seconds left.
Attackers need to locate
Absolutely
and
nothing
defuse
else that we can
bomb.
talk about that round. Just beautifully played from Unguardable. Team unknown, very tough position. Nothing that they could have done, except, maybe you can always try and click heads, but that's not going to work most of the time.
Yeah, most definitely. I feel like it was a really risky situation they had because, look, honestly, they could have, when Lion was going for a defuse behind the half, well, that was a perfect plant as long as someone was holding his verticals. But again, if you have someone holding your verticals, then as an attacker, you can't cover the main stairs, you can't cover the bathroom window, you can't cover the hatch drop. You need so much things to cover at once just because that verticality makes it so much more difficult. And with all of that, it just got too much for the attackers. So they decided, you know what, we're going to push upstairs. We need to clear these defenders. Although they were pushing a shotgun. Probably the worst close range gun to go up against. Because the shotgun, once you're close to it, once that button, that M1 is clicked, you're about 10 feet away from where you were, and you're flying through the window. And yeah, with all of that, unguardable, 3 rounds in a row, looking very promising. Seems like right now our Azami, or Bumsy, is taking quite, well, not a bit, just a very small, tiny much of damage as we're starting in. A bit of a run-out attempt from the Valkyrie, have to respect it. But the Ash, you know, PRK, he's waiting here. He is waiting here patiently. He wants to hunt this Valkyrie out of her comfort zone. He wants her to be gone.
Bemsy going to take some damage. Bemsy going to go down. He is going to die to Jono. Team Unknown making a very strong, very early pick into the round. As Shinso is going to go down as well, but he's going to get picked up. And I was just thinking how you mentioned M1, and that reminded me that my keybind to shoot used to be left alt on my keyboard. That's how I used
What?
to shoot. Yeah.
No way, that sounds cursed. I'm sorry. It sounds like, you know how there's like really weird food combinations, like someone tells you like, yeah, you should eat Nutella and cheese. Like that sounds wrong. It sounds hurtful to the ear. I'm sorry, left alt, I've heard people maybe use mouse 4 or something, or just most people use mouse 1, but left
Attackers have dropped
alt,
the bomb diffuser.
that's interesting. But no, you definitely got used to it. So if it worked, it worked. If you managed to frag out, you know, whatever gets the job done. Now, just like right now, Buck is getting his job worked out. He's going to be clocking out soon as he's going vertical right now, completely not being very
Attackers have
close to
recovered their
this
diffuser.
Cheeky Wamai, just taking his time over in Geisha's side. Just maybe we're going to be seeing the exact same angle we saw in round 1. It was a long angle, covers a lot, so what's there wrong with it? As long as you're not exposed to the Buck, doesn't matter though. It's going to be Valkyrie getting taken out by Safe. We thought it was the Ash hunting her, but it seems like the Twitch was out to get her. Now we're in a 3v5 situation again. Unknown is looking favorable right now. They're looking good. But will they keep it up? They need to keep up this kind of, I'll say it, growth or some sort of streak. As CSK gets 1, that's going to be second from Aluzi. Double kill from Shinzo. He gets it back. He gets another Tinka with 1. Shinzo finishes it off with a double kill onto Tinka and CSK, and will be securing Unknown's first round, and a very nice one at that. But for second, I'm going to be honest, I thought they were going to fumble. I thought they were going to fumble it.
That run was most definitely a fumble, but Shenso managed to get a quadruple kill, which got unknown that round. That round win wasn't. I don't know. I didn't like that. That wasn't comfortable for me to be like.
It was.
Team Unknown can definitely make a comeback now. It was more like it seems of. Shenso, don't get me wrong. That was an amazing 4-piece that you got there. But will it be enough for Team Unknown to be able to come a comeback? Once again, they are on attack, not on the defense start. That could make a little bit of a difference later on. Hello. We're going to be seeing...
It felt like it was more Team Shinzo than Team Unknown.
Yeah.
That's what I would describe it with, I guess.
I'm kind of looking at the scoreboard right now, and I'm seeing 4 C4s.
Oh, God.
10 seconds to go.
Gulp.
Oh, my God. That's... Oh, no. That's... Oh, I can just imagine. I watched, okay, this is a bit out of context, but I watched a Siege clip on TikTok where he breached and just C4 started flying out of that breach. It was like an artillery strike. We need that. We need it. And maybe we're going to see it, or maybe it's just going to be one after another. These C4s are very deadly. They could be considered, I guess, an older nade. You know how nades used to be a meta back a bit,
Yeah.
I guess. I'm feeling like where's C4 in the meta? Where is that game?
Surely we see at least one C4 kill this round. Surely.
Definitely.
I don't know. C4s don't seem to connect as much as they used to. I think they might have nerfed the players a little bit with their with their C4 skills. they don't use them that much anymore. As a Lucy, going to take a little bit of damage, going to be a little bit aggressive, not going to be able to find that opening blood, unfortunately. But going to put a little bit of fear into the enemy. Skyscraper, very open map. Skyscraper is a map that definitely punishes teams that are slow and don't know how to clear a map efficiently because it is so open. You can have anyone roaming for like 4 different rooms through 6 different floors.
Attackers
And
have
they
recovered
could
the
be
diffuser.
anywhere. And if you don't know how to clear that, you will get punished for it.
The attackers
And
found
we've
the
seen that a
diffuser has
little
been dropped. Attackers
bit happening from Unknown. They're a little bit tight on time, but it hasn't been bad enough to the point where it would be detrimental for their integrity of winning this match.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Yeah, you mentioned clearing, and that's an operator where it comes in. The newest operator, well, isn't a new operator, but it is the newest. It's gonna be Deimos, which helps out with clearing. But the one thing he won't be able to clear is this kill. CSK will taken out Serpeg, and that's gonna be the Thatcher. A very good, and in general, probably the best supportive hard breach, I guess, character in general. Just, you know, helps out with. It makes it almost impossible not to hard breach. Unless your hard breacher just completely ignores you, doesn't matter. Lucy gets a second. That's going to be Shinzo off the board. Another floor is all of this utility the attackers are losing. Oh my god, Sim gets taken down. A pre-fire onto the dragon window. Will he get another? Let them get the ace. Let him finish it off as CSK gets a double for himself. That's going to be Jono off the board. Safe still down, and now it's down to the Deimos. And here comes a lose. Actually, Beamsy with a finishing blow. But we're going to be seeing a bit of CSK. You know, we got to see. We can't just see play of the games, or we can't just see the final kill. We got to watch the Bandit with the MP7 looking at that beautiful refined desk right next to sight. Now, oh my goodness, can we talk about that Azami? Holy. Let's see it in action. There's one. Gets a very nice one. I mean, Shinzo was just taking, just absolutely destroyed. And that pre-fire got safe, pretty much finished. And from that point on, the Mirror went for a bit of a flank. And Jono, you know, was just out of the board as well.
A little bit of a transition into I don't know why that made me laugh a little bit seeing the Master Blizzard against the little camera. I always find the prep phase very amusing when with the observers. Sometimes they like to get a little bit creative with it, and we get like really weird angles. And I don't know. I feel like a lot of people don't appreciate a little bit of prep phase observing.
10 seconds to go.
Can you give us an example?
5 seconds remaining.
Well, I don't know. Usually you just focus on the POVs of just people trying to shoot and everything. You don't focus on the cinematics. And observing is one of those skills that not a lot of people pay attention to. Like, most of the time they're trying to tell a story. They're trying to convey something with their little free observing. Maybe they, you know, like show something. Usually when it's like a 1v3, you'll show the person that's the last alive to kind of see that underdog story. Maybe it comes alive and stuff. I don't know. I don't even know what I'm saying. I'm just kind of waffling because we're gonna go into the round. Not going to be very aggressive. We're going to be taking our sweet little time. As Unguardable is going to get. As Unguardable is going to go into a little bit of a slow approach, not as aggressive as they usually are. And like Production just mentioned, the coach it has more kills than 2 of the players on the team, which we mentioned mechanical skill might be an issue. As Shenso going to find another one. Shenso absolutely popping off this game, going 8-4.
Yeah, and surprisingly, well, I won't say surprisingly, he seems to be an absolute talent. He is pretty much the player with the most amount of kills. While Safe, the coach, our lovely coach, is actually tying up with the ace and having more kills than the Ash and the Bravo, which is an interesting situation. But Jono will not be having that tie up as he gets his KD up by taking out Bemsy, the Maestro, and that's going to be a nice kill for him. A 3-kill ratio. As now Jono with a double kill. Keep it coming. Absolute destruction. Serpega gets taken down. Shenzo actually gets taken out, not just down, just like the Ash is seemingly right now just knocked. Oh, what a close shot. Lucy finishes PRK, and the Ash, with the Ash being down right now, it is a 2v2. Now they need to get the Ash up, and Lucy with another kill. That's going to be safe out of the board. And
Use the pain to
thankfully,
drive you
the Ash
crazy
wasn't
heights.
finished. Thankfully, she was still hanging on to dear life as she was on the floor. And now we've matched up the player count. Now we're down to a 2v2. The HP isn't looking good for Ash, but neither is it for Lucy. While the mute did get, a very nasty few kills,
Attackers have recovered
it
their
still came with a price, and that was the HP, which matches him up with the Ash quite nicely, make it a little bit of a pair as we're going into the last half of a minute of this very close match.
33 seconds left on the clock, and again, we're seeing the same situation play over and over again, where time is ticking down. Team Unknown is still not ready to attack, and they just die almost immediately to these gunfights as Nin's going to push, going to find Sir Pega. That's a double kill for him. It's all down to Jono, but Jono going to find a triple. He's going to find another Lucy. It's all down. He's going to go diffuser going down. Nins still has his count. He knows where he is. He's getting yellow ping. He's waiting for the diffuser to go down. He's going to push. It's so close, and Jono going to be able to find that head against Nins. Unknown taking the round.
Oh my, Jono, quad kill for you, just like it was for the Buck. I don't know how many rounds ago, but it was the start of the first round they won. And while Team Unknown is actually seemingly going off of these player clutches, it was a chef's kiss. It was absolutely amazing to watch it. He went through the entire round just picking the entirety of Unguardable down, and he got himself a quad, but I'm surprised we haven't seen the ace. We need an ace, guys, and let's keep it up like this. Now, Unguardable right now, they still have, a 2-round difference, or an upper 2 rounds, 2 rounds, a 4-2 score, which has them at a bit of a better situation going into the attacking side. But now, how much trouble is this attack going to actually give them? I mean, we can already see their loadout, which is really, I won't say questionable, but unique. You have the Capital, you have the Ace, Okabi, and you have the Glass along with the Blitz. Especially with the new Monty and Blitz and just in general shield changes. It's going to be a bit of a rough thing to deal with, but surprisingly enough, the defenders have quite a bit of a counter. We have the Frost, the Legion, and 2 C4s from the Valkyrie and Mute, which, Blitz is pretty tough. His shield can deflect bullets. Cannot deflect like 20 pounds of explosives though.
I'm not too sure if this is a confidence play from Unguardable, if they're just feeling that confident, or if there's an actual strategy that they have for this team composition, because so far I can't fully see it. I mean, sure, you have the Glaze with the Capital combo. Other than that, I don't know. There's not much that you can do. And Blitz changes. Let me tell you, I did not realize that they changed that guy. I played ranked the other day, and I saw a Blitz, and I was like, I'm not scared. I pushed him to melee his shield, and this guy, Oryx, pushes me, knocks me into the floor, pins me against the wall, and then kills me. And it was such a embarrassing, humbling experience, I have to say. So those changes from first-hand experience can be annoying.
Yeah, similar can be said for Monty. You want to push him, and then he just absolutely slams you down like a WWE champion. He goes with no mercy for the kill. And so does Safe, as he's going to be getting a pick onto Nins. The Dokkaebi, a very valuable pick, especially with the amount of intel you can get just from her ability. It's going to be very interesting seeing how they're going to able to, I guess, manage the landscape through now. Elusi getting a bit of a trade now onto Serpego. The Blitz flashing a bit, just a bit of a warning, I guess we'll say. But are they going to get it? Blitz gets noticed. The Frost Trap right next to the couch in case any players just by chance miss it, which for her is probably hoping the Blitz pushing in. Oh, he covers his feet and gets forward, but that's going to be him taking down the same second. Tinka getting one, the flash kill, or actually not the flash, the smoke kill. Oh, Jono gets one, throws the C4, gets the second, and that's going to be him of the fourth, and now we're down to a 1v3 situation. Unguardable looking like they're in a very rough spot, and so they are, as Jono's going to be getting his fourth kill or third. One of those two, whichever one it was, he dominated for the second round in a row. And yeah, we can definitely say Jono is, this is a good day for him.
Jono and Shenso are what's keeping Team Unknown alive right now. I have to say, they have both been getting amazing plays. 3 pieces, 4 pieces. they've been playing beautifully. As we're gonna see Tubarao come out now. Kaid and Tubarao are not banned, so we can definitely waste a lot of the attacker's time with this util,
Attackers
which
need to locate and
might be,
defuse as many bombs as
might
they
be a thing that
can.
we do. As the scoreline is 4-3, and this is the exact situation that we had the last match, where we went into the second half with a 4-2, and then ITD just started winning defense after defense after defense to bringing it to a 7-5, I believe it was, or yeah, 7-5.
Yeah.
We're not using something similar. Team Unknown, I have to say, I have to apologize for what I said earlier. You're definitely showing me wrong, and Jono and Shenso are definitely playing beautifully today, despite having their coach
5
playing in
seconds
for them,
left.
which still has more kills than both Park and Serpega combined.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Yeah, most definitely. You know, he's showing that the coach isn't to be messed around with so easily. He may know, he may be I'll say the brainstormer of the team, but he also knows much about the game, especially when it comes to mechanics, and he's proving it right now. Also, even seeing the Tubarao is just fantastic. Now, in general, this attack does seem to be a bit more geisha-sided, a bit more T-sided, as Ninja going to be getting his first kill onto Shinzo. A bit of a trade coming back, and C4 again, Jono with a 10-5. He's dominating for these last few rounds. A bit of salt in chat we call them melt, but whatever it is. Jono, we gotta give it to him. We gotta give credit where it's due, and that's where Jono comes in with an absolutely whopping previous, let's say, 4 rounds. He's just absolutely dominant, and we don't have any man advantage just yet. Jono taking some heavy damage comes at a price for being so good at this game. And they just had to nerf him a bit. They just had to remove a bit of his HP so he wouldn't be as easy or as hard to get rid of.
Lucy a little bit upset that he won't be able to do his job of entry fragging, which might make this attack for Unguardable a little bit more difficult. Like you mentioned, no man advantage, but losing that entry can make things a little bit difficult to prepare for that attack and exploding into sight. And mostly when we've seen MC going to find Sir Pega, and like I was saying, we've seen that, well, this is the first half, but Unknown was struggling with the attack, with timing. Unguardable might have the same issues we're about to see. We're not too sure. But now, man advantage for Unguardable. Oh, and as I say that, Park is going to find Nins, but Park is immediately going to get traded by CSK, making it a 3v2. Time. They still have a lot of time. You can play this a little bit slowly. You don't have to push aggressively.
Ooh, we're down to the last few people. 5 people in the entirety of the match. That's about as much as a team brings. And as it's a 3v2 right now, Unguardable is looking pretty favorable. But yet again, they're the one that's on the time limit. They need to push. They need to get this plan down, and they need to be safe about it. Safe right now being a bit of a rat downstairs. He seems like he's just trying to hide, maybe go for a late round C4, or maybe even a planter C4, which would be absolutely insane. CSK, or Sisk, we'll call it Sisk, is in a very rough spot with his HP. Jono's still standing strong, but could be in a bit of trouble. Oh, pre-fires the shot on the jump in for the window. The Bumsy gets a double kill for himself, taking out Jono right as his fellow teammate is taking out. And safe right now. Will he be too late for the C4 plant? Yes, he will. He tried going for it, but now the diffuser is already down. He throws his Tubarao, gives up his location, and now he's down in a 1v2, which, CSK, he could be an easy target, especially looking at his HP. It'll be a one-shot from anywhere, but Bemsy is not going to be going down without a fight, getting himself a triple kill this round and taking out Save before he even knows it.
I'm a little bit confused about what happened there. We're going to see the Tabarao play below for the C4 play, but had nothing to base it off. It was just more of a gamble with the C4, and it did not connect. And then he might have been a misclick, might have gotten a little bit nervous. He just throws his gadget out into the stairwell.
Yeah.
But maybe a bit of a misplay. But still, Team Unknown, I believe that is the first defense that they're going to... Team Unknown, first defense that they're going to be losing in this first half. Which is not the best right now. You would have wanted to win that round, potentially, to make it into an even 4-4. but unguardable, very strong team from what we've seen. Going to be a little bit difficult, but can still happen. And I'll be honest, I've been looking at this game, and I don't have much to analyze or to say about it. We've been seeing the same mistakes happen over and over again, where they'll try and prepare for an attack. It won't really work out. They'll have no time left to attack, and they'll all just die in a gunfight that happens very chaotically.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still curious as to what the idea behind the plant was for Safe. Like, was he maybe under the knowledge that they had complete intel on the plant and wondered where it's going to be planting? Because at the end, they either destroyed some sort of camera or he never had the intel to begin with and just went for a pretty strict gamble on the plant. Because I think it would have been a lot safer if you don't have the intel. Of course, it would have been a lot safer to stay with Jono upstairs and actually take the 2v2 fight, because, well, you don't need to push the attackers. It's actually the other way around. So I'm still wondering what the decision besides that was. Jono, don't do it. You've done so much. Oh, that C4 is pre-placed, but I was spotted, and Nin's gonna be taking him out. They've had enough of Jono's shrieks. They've had enough of his absolute fragging out. So this time they decided to actually hunt the hunter down and, you know, get a quick man advantage while you're at it. Take out the Valkyrie and also a C4 and that. So, you know, it's all pluses for them. But what is Team Unknown gonna respond with that's gonna make it well worth that sacrifice?
Jono going down so early might be a little bit unfortunate. Like we mentioned, Jono and Shenso are the backbone of the team right now. They're enabling a lot of these rounds to go their favor. We still have the Val camps, but we have an IQ as well, and it might not last very long. Unguardable knows that they can kind of take their sweet time now. They have more than enough time. They have the advantage. Smoke canister, it doesn't even matter what I was going to say, because Tinka's going to find Sir Page making a 5v3. He's going to take some damage, but it does not matter because he can just click their heads even with 1 HP and still manage to kill them.
Yeah, Tinka not much having a bit of a care for that smoke canister. The smoke canister can't go off if there's no smoke. That's the thought process, and it was on point. Just like you said, clicking those hands is what makes the game work. Now we've been talking about this man advantage for so much, but it's an essential part of the game. To be honest, we kind of have to go around it, and yet again, it seems like Unguardable is going to be snooping it under their feet. As Team Unknown, they're looking at a bit of a tight situation. They do have the Tubarão, they do have the Azami, but she doesn't have much barriers to be left with, and she's kind of stuck in Dragon. Now, earlier, it was Unguardable's Azami. I don't know, I think it was Eluzi that absolutely went off in Dragon. This time it won't be happening. Actually, Park gets one for himself, doesn't get the second though. 4v1 in the middle. Also, it's gonna be Shinzo taken off the board, and now it's Safe alone against these 4 absolutely kill-hungry unguardable players. He's just standing his ground, using whatever he can to his advantage. He has the C4, he gets picked, and that's gonna be Luzi finishing off the round. And now, Dom, it's match point.
It is all going to be down to the coach, but unfortunately, he's not going to be able to teach them anything this round. And like you mentioned, match point. I'm a little bit scared. Unguardable. They've been playing very well for this attack. Team Unknown has been letting their defense slip up, managing to lose 2 defense now in a row. Unguardable is in that snowball position, where Team Unknown is going to have to do something unpredictable. And again, we're going to be seeing the dog with the MP5 ACOG, I'm going to guess. There's no other reason anyone would play dog. Well, hey, you know, and safe to get the coach. We're going to be seeing him on the Frost again. We might be seeing a little bit of a sneaky Frost match like we saw earlier at the Intrigue, to say the least, to see a player fall for these Frost mats, because they were like the weirdest spots ever.
Yeah.
They're like definitely in a troll spot where if someone dies to that, if a Lucy died to those Frost mats, he'd get really angry in chat from what I'm seeing.
I feel like it's kind of just really going off unpredictability. It's like you'd be like, no way there would be a frost trap, and then you're already 1 foot in and the bear trap haven't really snapped your leg off. It's that type of traps we're going for. It's kind of similar to Capcom, how sometimes they're just so unpredictable, so unreal. You just kind of have to accept that you're already stepped into one and it's too late for you. But let's hope it works out for Safe, because these aren't commonly efficient, but they do have their times where they work. And if they work for Safe, he's probably going to be very happy about it. But if he's doing it for the troll, can't blame him. A for effort, I guess. As we're going in, these attackers are starting to slowly, Unguardable is just making their way in. They're breaching, and Sir Pega, he hasn't been doing too well up until now, but he's had it. He said, this is my time to shine, and he wants to maybe give it a bit of a run out, but doesn't matter. Gets taken out by a Luzi the second he has any thought in mind, and that's going to be an opening pick onto the dock. A very bad starting opening pick for the side of Team Unknown.
I'm not too sure. Did Jono pre-place his C4? Did he just use it really early into the match?
I have no clue.
Well, whatever the case is, we're probably going to be seeing it, as Unguardable does have that man advantage. Sir Pega going to go down. Not the biggest loss. You have that gun less, but you definitely still have the util to stop them from getting into sight and stalling a lot of time. And like we mentioned earlier, Skyscraper, it all comes down to your
Attackers have dropped the bomb.
how well you can clear as the attacker and time management. And not get lost, as we're going to see in some engagements, nothing going to quite connect. Yellow Ping going to come from Shenso, so he's going to go into an engagement against Tinka, going to find it. That is bucked down. Park having the C4. Will he get it? Shoot the drone is a little bit of a shot, but he's being targeted by Deimos, as Jono going to find that kill on Dempsey. Team Unknown in a very good position right now to win this round.
Yes, and it's coming down to the final few moments. Oh, that revolver from Susk in hand. The loser gets a double kill, but gets taken out by Park. A very nasty angle onto the Deimos, and that is used to its full potential. Jono getting himself a nice double kill for the end. Nins right now, knowing where this Frost is, takes the chance, and that's going to be safe. Not completely off the board. SMG-12, is he going to finish the job or not? Yes, he does. He sees the Frost mat, which could have been actually quite promising, I would say, if he didn't see that Frost. Whatever the case is, though, that SMG-12 has been proven to be quite deadly, especially on the previous match. If you watched it, if you haven't, go and watch it right now. Oh, that Frost was so close. Safe knows what he's doing. He's being an absolute troll about it, but it doesn't matter. It's 5 seconds on the clock, and Park is going to be taking it down. He's going to be saving us 5 seconds by taking him out before the timer runs out, and that's going to be another round going to side of Team Unknown.
We both got really scared there with that Frost mat. We both were like, ooh. Very close Frost mats, I have to say. I was like kind of on the edge of my seat. Will he fall for it? Unfortunately, he won't. And that is going to, Nins is going to go down. I'm not too sure. He could have definitely played the angles a little bit better. He was playing Dokkaebi. He has that gun advantage for playing into long angles, but decided to go with the SMG instead of reloading his DMR, which eventually, not much that he could do anyway, but maybe would have given him a better chance in that round. Although, not going to stop Unguardable, as they are still on to match point to win this match.
It is very close, it is. Yeah. I don't know what to say. Team Unknown hasn't played bad. I mean, the previous round, they absolutely took their chance. Although I was feeling a bit of, I'll say, doubt. The second Pega went into action with the dock, and the second he wanted to run out, he wasn't sure. But at that point, if you want to play aggressive as dock, it's either you go all in or you just don't. There is no in between, and he chose directly in between. He had A and B, and he chose C, and that ended about as well as you'd expect it to, with him getting taken out very little early into the round by Luzi, who's also popping off. Besides, we keep on talking about Jonah and Shinzo, but, Luzi's also having the fair share of doing an amazing job, along with Bumsy. They are both just fragging out, but the kills are a lot more spread out and a lot more natural, and in general, I'll say it like that, on the side of Unguardable than they are for Team Unknown. I would say that at least, because Sir Pega, as much as I support anyone being on the fragging side, he has not been having a good game at all.
Yeah, definitely. 1 and 10. Not the best. Yellow Penguin to come out of Sir Pegasus, unfortunately going to have to back off.
Oh.
And he's going to get caught on the rotate by Nins. Unguardable, already off to a very good start. Lots of time to be able to make this play here and prepare for the attack. Going to take a little bit slower, going to be ringing a little bit. Going to do that droning, get that info with Mossy down. It's going to be much easier to get this info as there's no one to stop them from droning. Park gonna hold close with the shotgun, but unfortunately, no one's coming his way. So it might be a while until we see that engagement. As Unguardable, going to try and clear this roaming, and it's gonna work as a lose. He's going to find Shenso. That is the top frag. Well, not the top frag, but one of the top frags for Team Unknown. This could be very bad. It's already 5 versus 3. MC gonna try and open this wall. He's gonna manage to get it open.
It is very close, but don't you ever forget, Safe is playing as Frost, so everything could go down for the side of Team Unguardable. I mean, those Frost traps, earlier we got scared by them, and we are not even the players. Imagine what they're going to happen to them if they got caught by one. Safe is not to be messed around with, but you are right, the man advantage is insane, and it gets even worse with the kill onto Park by Nins, as it's going to be down to a 5v2. Save gets left alone. Actually, no, Jonah's going to be taking one onto Nins. I thought it was vice versa. My apology. And Save starts taking some heavy damage. Bumsy adding onto his KD. Jonah now left alone. Being the top fragger of the team, he tries fighting his way out of the situation, but it's a 1v4. Think is going to be doing the final blow, and that's going to be Team Unguarded winning the second match of today.
And that is gonna go to Unguardable, as we're gonna see some instant replays from these amazing plays. And despite Team Unknown losing it, they definitely had a lot of the best plays and the best clutches for this match. Congratulations, Unguardable are your second winners for today. So many more games to come. We still have 2. What's the next? It's Rocks Rising versus NXT, and then Stacks Copper's plans with Order 66.
Oh, we're halfway through, but we have one half more to go, so stay tuned because this is going to get a lot more, I say warmed up. Let's say this is just the beginning. Let's say it like that, as Unguardable will be, the winners of the second match. But, yeah, seems like Team Unknown won't be taking the W, the little plaque for themselves today. We're going to have to see what is going to happen in the next match. Now, it's going to be NXT versus Rocks Horizon, which, again, I like an underdog story, but it's extremely one-sided, at least from, I guess I'll call it stats, but you can never know what's happening. I mean, these players could just get some sort of boost from nowhere, and hey, they could win the match and give themselves a bit of a higher standing. So, yeah. What about yourself, Dom? What do you think?
I don't have much to say. I did vote for Unguardable to win. We've seen it so far. Skyscraper as well. One of the maps that they've played the most against each other. There's not much that you can do if you've lost all of those, except kind of adapt and do something completely wildly different. But at the same time, it's not something that you're used to. And it just came down to some unfortunate plays. It was very close, however. It was way closer than I imagined. So props to Unknown. But that is going to be all for me. Yeah, anything else you want to add?
And let's get ourselves to a bit of a break. Let's get a coffee break, get something to eat, maybe something to drink. Enjoy yourselves and stay tuned because it's gonna get a lot better.
World of Champions, the journey is never easy. It's about pushing limits, overcoming obstacles, and finding strength with every heartbeat. Sometimes your goals seem impossible. But together, we shatter limits. Whatever your sport, whatever your goal, we go beyond your limits together.
Cameraman be the hero now? He'll need to be. G out of the line of sight and with a glance on the block! To push them to not.
We have a dream. A dream where equality and equity in sport are possible. Where discrimination and lack of support are a past topic. Where there are no athletes asking for money on the street to be able to compete or study. And the only challenge they face is fighting for their dreams. They are not alone on this journey. This is how All Player was born in the world of sports marketing. An application converted into a community of support, a family where talent and hard work are the main value. It doesn't matter your background, race, or gender. What matters is your passion for your goals and the desire to succeed. In our world, every blow, every fall, it is an opportunity to get up stronger. Join us on this journey towards a future of sports and gaming where dreams become reality. Together we can change the game.
Welcome back after the short break here at the Voltage League. We have our third game coming up. NXT versus Rocks Rising. We are going to see the map bans on screen any second now here. Clubhouse is going to be the map and NXT is going to start on defense. Don, what can you tell us about the upcoming game?
What I can tell you is that I'm upset that it's Clubhouse, but it was meant to happen. I'm surprised that we did not see Clubhouse until now. And well, Rocks Horizon, I don't know. There's just not much that I can say. I think it's gonna be a little bit of a skill diff. I'm not gonna lie. Rocks Horizon is just gonna absolutely dominate. I might be wrong, but Clubhouse is just a very linear map. Everyone knows how to play it. Not much that you can do. It's a map that's just really boring. I'm not gonna lie.
Puff, in the break you said your caster senses are tingling. What do they tell you?
I'm saying right now, my little tingles are telling me NXT is gonna make an insane comeback and they're gonna win this match because that would be interesting to see. Also, me and Dom now have unspoken beef. I love Clubhouse. Clubhouse is my favorite. So me and Dom, we're beefing. No, but all seriousness aside, yes, realistically, it looks like Rocks Horizon will be wiping the floor with NXT. But I'm saying I still have a feeling like NXT is gonna surprise us. I have like those tingles are definitely going off right now.
Okay. Speaking of tingles, you want to see it? You certainly want to see it. And that also means the game is starting right now. We can see the social vote is on Rocks Horizon's side. And that means the game is yours.
I have to say, I've never met a single caster that likes Clubhouse.
That is a scam. Clubhouse is a perfect map. I love it.
Monty Man!
Yay! We haven't seen that today. First time Monty Band today, and we haven't seen that one before. I'm gonna call the next one maybe a Ying or a Maverick. Oh,
Fair. I mean,
okay, it's
100% has to be Kaito to out. It's the most broken combo for Clubhouse. It's almost impossible to open that cash breach.
I mean, yeah, definitely. Especially because CC and Cash is basically a side that revolves around the main breach. So you know, you kind of want to keep Kate or Tabral, or maybe even both, out of the match. But that won't be happening right now, as one of the mans is going to be Fenrir, as we have a bit more to wait for the second defender. Now I'm just gonna call it. I'm going to say Cade, because you also downstairs hatches are also a pretty big part of the match. So it would be making sense, but we're going to be seeing Solus. So you know what? I think this is going to be a lot more interesting. You know, okay, can we just agree that Clubhouse isn't at least as boring as Borgen? Can we hop on the same train on that? No, don't do me like this.
I'll be honest. Clubhouse is more interesting than Oregon, but I still prefer Oregon.
Damn it.
Clubhouse is just so overplayed, and you know what to expect. Same with Oregon, but Oregon, I like, personally, I like seeing and playing Oregon more, despite both of them being god awful maps that are the exact same hot garbage for the past 6 years. And again, who would have guessed we're going to be seeing a little bit of a church defense. Interestingly, NXT going to go with the Melusi. Haven't seen her in a while, but I used to be a Melusi main, and especially with that MP5 ACOG, I think she's very slept on. Her gadget, not what it used to be, but it's kind of like frost mats. You still have to make them look away, and if you can play the angles right, Melusi can be very, very annoying to deal with.
5 seconds left.
I still remember her on release. Oh my god, the only way to destroy those Melusis was to either nade them or something, and then also the gun. I believe she had the gun Oryx has now? The Legion gun?
Yes. Yeah, she did.
Oh my god, she was an absolute powerhouse back in the day. But how times have changed, and how are things going to change right now? And as we're seeing, a bit of a interesting blitz play right now. Our lovely booster, let's call it booster for now. I don't know how to pronounce that. Is going to be seeing his butt getting taken off the board. That Janoski off the board, 5v4, very quick pick. And aggression from the Legion is going to be quite prominent.
Mancunian going to be... Mancunian, I have to say, very aggressive player. Mancunian does like to play in very aggressive styles and try and get those early picks. NXT, probably the team that I have had the pleasure to cast the most. So I recognize all of these names. MLG is going to be another player that we want to look out for. On the side of Rocks Horizon, Boaster can be a very strong player, although he's going to be playing on Blitz this time around, which I can understand somewhat. But at the same time, I know that Boaster does like to troll a little bit sometimes. You know, these teams are probably the teams I know the most, so I'm actually excited to see that. And NXT getting that opening kill, gonna be able to slow down the game. That's Mancunia. Gonna see this Blitz is gonna push. He's on a leash in mine. Ooh.
Yeah, it was a very close call, but he managed to get away with just a bit more than half of his HP. Although these attackers are taking their time, they still have a bit, but not enough to completely finish up the setup. Mamali right now taking some heavy damage. He's seemingly on his last few breaths. The Bearing Knight coming in. The Blitz is going to be helping out as Fire gets one pick on his own. That's going to be Mamali off the board. Finishing up what they started. The castle is going to be finished. And Booster is going to be also taking some heavy damage. Mancunian also off the board now. BMS gets a kill for himself. That's going to be his first kill of this match. And we're looking at a very, switch of tides. We'll say it like that. And NXT started off good with a nice early pick onto Janoski, but now it seems like it's kind of gotten into a vice versa situation. We're down to the last half a minute. Verticality's coming in right now a bit more rough and a bit late, but who can say? I mean, NXT, they're still holding it strong. They have the smoke chemistry. They have the denial of the breach. But it depends where these attackers are going to focus their push on. It's seeming a bit more kitchen and a bit more the main side. But, I mean, it's still the man advantage that gives them away. It's still amount of flashes we have. The smokes are coming out. Last 10 seconds and 8 comes in. Oh, MLG gets one onto Booster. That's going to be a 3v3 situation. 5 seconds on the clock. The Blitz is going to be out of the more. Oh, a double kill for... What just happened? They took my tongue away. They took my speech away. I lost myself in my words. And a nice double kill for the side of Rock's Horizon. I am
speechless with that. NXT is definitely proving me wrong. NXT looks like they're going to be putting up more of a fight than I initially thought. Unfortunately, going to get pushed out Asami with the nades, with the smoke canisters as well, and overall just not going to be able to do anything, and dropping down that hatch, managing to find 2 kills. It was a very close round, but I wouldn't say it could have definitely gone either way, and NXT was in a good position to win it. It's just unfortunate they had Rockstar Horizon had no time to attack. Basically, they had to explode onto side, and MLG was in a good spot to kind of get that hatch, but that smoke canister, as they were trying to get the player from tunnel, was a little bit of a problem and kind of messed us up a little bit. Well, not gonna be enough to kind of throw us off this round. As I say that, we're gonna go into the second round. Rockstar Horizon winning their first attack. Gonna put them in a pretty good position if they can manage to win at least 2 more attacks, I'd say.
Attackers objective is
Yeah,
to locate a bomb and defuse it.
NXT, I'm actually kind of happy with the fight they put up. But in the end, Rox just had me speechless. I'm still very flabbergasted and even jaw-dropped about what happened in those last few seconds. But it was Rock's Horizon's round. And yeah, actually, let's take even a bit of a look at what happened since, it was an interesting situation. Also, Fire taking a bit of HP, but going off to the replay, there it is. It's Puko with his last 2 kills, just getting a very nice head-to-head shot, just taking it all out. And while that's happening, we already have the main breach, or just the main breach on the side of CC. Now, they're going to be pushing as they normally should. I mean, attackers just taking out CC, construction, going into Logi, pushing site, maybe also giving some more, like, differential-sided pushes, so more like pressure from multiple sides is a thing an attacker could do, but you still need to contest that main point, which for here would definitely be construction side, which you get through Ash and CC.
Interestingly enough, I didn't mention this, but we're going to be going into bedroom and gym. You usually would expect them to go back into church. I said it wasn't a major loss, or wasn't anything that could have been a skill diff. You could have still attempted to go into church again, but it is kind of refreshing to see that they're not gonna cry over it, trying something new, something different, and not a lot of time still left on the clock. But we are slowly taking construction and making the team, and then making NXT fall back into side. That being said, lots of side control that we can have. We have 2 C4s still in play, and the Asamis, as well as the castle barricades. If, no, it's 5v5, but with all of us focusing on construction, might put us in a little bit of a chokehold, and NXT might be able to punish them for this.
Yes, they definitely could. We're down to the remaining almost half a minute. Let's call it 40 seconds to even it out. And the only one that's taken damage up until now is Fire, our lovely Ashe player, who seemingly are getting more aggressive and more impatient by the second. He wants those kills. He wants to get somewhere, and that with the 30 seconds he has remaining, the attackers are going to have to do something in order to actually push in, to get that dominance, to get the diffuser down, or to actually just pop off some heads. NXT is holding this very tightly, and they're showing and showing about as correct as you can. The barrage of flash is going in. Fire opening the kill. Mancunian getting an opening kill onto him. It's going to be a bit of a refrag. A booster getting the one for himself. MLG is off the board. It's a 3v4 situation. The planter is down, but BMS is off the board. And that's going to be another kill. A double for Mancunian. Oh, he's expecting this CC push. Goody gets one. And even Booster won't be able to, prevent it from happening. And now it's a 1v3 situation. The bandit run out comes, but it doesn't actually end up working, as Scar will be getting off with a triple kill, and the diffuser will be going down, securing NXT's first round.
Bomb diffuser disabled by defenders.
What just happened? That was
chaotic.
Yeah, it was. There was 15 seconds left. They just decided to explode onto side, just throw as many flashes as they could. NXT was not giving them anything. They were not peeking whatsoever. They were just waiting for that push to come out, and it's wow. I have to say, not much to talk about. It was all very chaotic. A lot of trades, a lot of gunfights. That flank from Buck, not going to be able to quite enough as he's going to get punished for it. And Scar managed to find a triple kill and defuse as well. Very chaotic, but very well played from NXT, as we're going to be going into church again. Hopefully this round a little bit more to our favor.
Yes. We also saw the bandit just going for a nice CC window push. He managed to get one person off the balcony, as Hibanda couldn't punish him for it. Wasn't in the right angle, not at the right time. She expected him, but wasn't able to execute it off nicely. And with that, Rock's Horizon was left in a 1v3, and basically just kind of got down into a very tough spot. The bandit did go for a run out, just like that, but in the end, he didn't manage to secure the kill on the mirror, and of course, it was a double peek from the side of NXT, so, the diffuser went down, and they got themselves the first round, which is round number 2, and, not too bad of a start for how things are looking. Now we're going on to round number 3, and, playing downstairs as earlier, we're going to be going back to the vertical side of things. You want to waste the time, especially on a map like Clubhouse, especially on Kitchen and such, because when it came down to the first round, time really mattered, and especially with those smoke canisters just kind of pushing these attackers back in the last few 10 seconds. The Blitz had to rush and got himself killed, and if it wasn't for I forgot who it was, Pyoko, if it wasn't for him, it may have actually gone to NXT as well.
Yeah, and I am back. I apologize for leaving you. I forgot that I had to take my medication, and I was a little bit late with it, but should be fine. We're gonna be going into round 3, and immediately an engagement from MLG going to find Janowski. That is the Buck down vertical play, going to be difficult to take this church. They've done their job. They can definitely fall back now and just wait if they so wish to. Fire. Not gonna be able to shoot. Not gonna shoot that cam, hoping that no one gets on it so they don't get the info that he's up there. But NXT in a very good position already. They managed to find the vertical play. That's going to limit their options by quite a lot, not being able to open these angles to get them off positions that they could play in. And with the castle barricades as well, Brock's Ryzen, we saw that they struggled a little bit with their timing earlier. If NXT plays this correctly and they have these flanks and these roams ready, they can definitely waste a lot of time.
Yes, they can. And we're also ourselves going into the last few bits of time that we have left for these attackers, aka Rock's Horizon. And with a man down, with Janowski the Buck again being the first victim, it's just a bit of a repetitive round. Again, it's going the same way, has the same flow even, as round number 1 did. But now it seems like it's a bit more of a Hunter situation as we have a complete back off from the side of NXT. They have completely turtled back into the bottom floor with not much left to extend. A Puko getting one onto Goody. That's going to be Lucy off the board. A very nice backhand. It was a very detrimental one at that. We see the Claymore, so not much flanks should be expected. I feel like these defenders are nice and safe in their own sound of place. You know, they're just being completely fine, camping it out, smoking it out, whatever they need to. Actually, not smoking it out this time. It's going to be the Malali with the UMP 45 getting one. He gets traded off. Hugo with another drop, a triple kill for him. It's going to be a double off the side of Blue, and oh, what I shot directly. He only needs one room. He needs the generator, and he needs the commando to finish the job, and so he does with the cleanest shots known to man. Get this man an award. What are we waiting for? Wow.
Just gonna go drop down that hatch once again. Managed to get those that triple kill, those 3 kills. He owns that hatch, he owns generator, and what he's generating is clips for this tournament because that is the second time he has dropped down. I believe that was him anyway. That is the second time he's dropped down that hatch and managed to find the winning kills. Wow.
Oh my god. That was a quad in total, by the way. He went for 1. He got the second. I was thinking, okay, a triple kill's enough, Muko. You've already showed enough. You're amazing. Boom. There goes the headshot. Finishes the job. Second round directly. Just added up to the total count for Rox Horizon. As now they're back to the lead of rounds, but we've still got 3 more before we even roll swap. So, you know, with defensive being a bit more in the meta, Rox Horizon isn't even doing bad at all.
No, I have to say, they're doing pretty good. And being able to win these attack rounds, crucial, like we mentioned. And if they manage to win a third one, they're pretty much set for the match, in all honesty. Yeah. NXT could definitely try and make a comeback, but winning 3 rounds in attack puts you in a very advantageous position. Guti and Scar, we're going to be seeing the Tabot out Kair combo that we mentioned earlier. This could honestly work very good for NXT. We've seen that they're capable of wasting a lot of time, and Rox Horizon being kind of forced to attack with very little time left. The problem comes down to the final last seconds where it gets very chaotic and they lose those gunfights. But with the Kair Tabot out, they definitely can waste way more time than they've been able to before. And interestingly enough, we're not going to see this hatch reinforced. This hatch that has doomed them multiple times is going to be left open for Janoski to get an angle on. Engagement not going to be quite there as they're still trying to clear these roamers, although I don't believe anyone is actually roaming.
A bomb has been located.
Yeah, they're just kind of leaving it all for space, and, you know, time wastage can come from roaming. Roaming, the main ability, or should I say the main objective for roaming is time wastage. Necessary kills are also a side objective, just like the kill Janoski got this time. He's not going to be the first victim of the match, but he's going to be transferring that over to Scar, the Tuba Ra of this match. Another detrimental kill as the duo gets taken out. K joining him 6 foot under, and that's going to be the so-called... Basically, you have to ban one of them duo, otherwise you're not breaching. But doesn't matter if they're both dead, as of course we're going to be looking at a 3v5 situation for Rox Horizon, and if they secure this match, I mean, 3-3 score before, after, at the roll swap, let's say it like that, not after or before, just at directly. It's going to be, you know, like we said earlier, it's going to set them for the game, at least in a bit of a positive swing. Now, they still have the time ticking. NXT still has C4s. They're playing aggressive. Oh, he sees the feed. Oh, but he doesn't. Oh, he doesn't execute off of it. He throws the C4, but that's gonna be a double kill from the Bandit. And he goes for the feed. He's going for the feed constantly. He shoots the Buck. Then he shoots the Thatcher. What feed has he not captured for himself as the C4? Oh my.
Mancunian role playing as Jackal. He's the little foot sniffer. He's gonna be able to find that double kill with the C4. Beautiful. I love C4 kills. It's one of my favorite things. And Mamali still has 1 more C4 remaining. 32 seconds left on the clock. This attack might go a little bit down as Fire is going to get into an engagement with Mancunian, but Mancunian is unfortunately going to die. Mamali, however, going to find Booster, making a 2v2. Fire, very low HP. NXT, you don't have to push. You have time. Puko, not going to be able to find that kill through this hatch this time around, although he's going to get taken down by MLG, all down to Fire, but unfortunately, MLG gonna find another one. And I think we're gonna be able to see that little foot clip once again. Yes, there we go. Beautiful C4 double kill for Mancunian. Ooh, perfect.
Ooh, put it in reverse. Put some transitions on that. You've got yourself a whole montage with just that one clip. And, you know, we really did mention feet a bit too much. Like, we kind of have a fetish on it. But come on, that was an insane clip and just generated by the man himself. And that C4. C4 came in clutch because it was looking Rocks Horizon 3v5, took out Tubarao and Cade. That's Breach. That's Sight. That's everything
Attackers
around
need
it.
to locate
But
and
NXT
defuse
is not
bombs.
pulling back from it. They're going to be giving up a pretty good fight. And now, if they can win the next 2 rounds, I'm saying they themselves are quite in a positive part. I mean, okay, if they get to a 3-3, they have a bit of trouble. And I mean, if they're going to be on the losing side on the 2-4 score at the wall swap, I'm saying it's going to be extremely rough. But I'm still saying 33 is manageable for them, and since they've done it now, maybe they can do it for a couple more rounds. Now we're going on to the prep
10
phase.
seconds left.
Jim and Cash, or not Jim and Cash, my apologies, Jim and Bedroom, are
5
having the
seconds left.
needed, the necessary Castle. I mean, Castle is just one of those operators.
Attackers must
I feel like
locate
he's
and defuse a bomb.
he's not as situational as, let's say, Glaz and those characters, but I feel like he's a character that you really can't go wrong with, especially with how, I guess you'll say, adaptable he is. He's not as good as Mute when it comes to general gameplay and general usage, but I feel like he's just underused in some sites.
Swapping mags.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have much to say, but I do have something to say. 3 C4s. We've been seeing a lot of C4s, and you were mentioning that you wanted a little C4 meta. Well, I think we're kind of seeing that for today's matches. We're seeing a ton of C4s. As MLG is gonna take a lot of heavy damage. A little bit unfortunate. We did see that Bedroom and Gym. A little bit of a rough defense for NXT. It was just it was an interesting one. They kind of just let fate do its thing and just fell onto side and hoped that Vox Rising would waste a lot of their time, which props to them, they did. But unfortunately, I don't think they managed to quite win that comfortably enough for them to be confident into the side. And MLG just losing that HP right there so early into the round might be a little bit of a confidence destroyer.
Yeah, most definitely. Now, okay. Again, I feel like we have a bit of a similar situation every time we go into a round, where it's the kills don't come very early, and maybe there's a pick, max 2, but I feel like the kills really start coming in the very last 30 seconds, and it seems like we're going to be looking at that same situation again. Okay, MLG, you know, he's not looking too good on HP. We don't have Sir Peg on Doc now. This is a different match, so no heals for him, but he's definitely going to be able to still use those, as you'd call them, concrete pancakes, by your words, Dom, and to, you know, kind of help out his team. Now, of course, that doesn't make much of a difference because he's still there. He's still kicking, he still has a gun in his hand, and he still has the opportunity to take heads down with him. Now, Castle, we also have that playing in bar side, but he's going to be getting taken down by Brewster as Mamai will be off the board. Joining him will be Goody, but Bugle just going absolutely insane.
Yeah, with so little of the time of time left as well, just 30 seconds, and now it's when we're going into the engagement and these fights, which are now going into NXT's favor, as Buster going to find a double kill against Mancunian, trying to get off that rotate. Scar going to be able to find 2 against Fire and Janoski, making an even 2v3, but these two very low HP. As Scar going to be able to find a nice triple kill. MLG going to find BMS. Hugo is the last one alive, and NXT is going to win the round just because of time, almost losing that. And that round, I don't even know. It just happened like at the very last 2 seconds. Kills coming in left and right, and NXT gonna be able to manage to waste the time more.
Oh my god, it went from a 5v3 to a 2v1. And again, it was in the last 30 seconds or so, which is, you know, quite impressive how big of a streak, a frag streak these just in general, players have been keeping up when it comes to time.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being
They
defused
always
by
leave them
attackers.
for the last few seconds. They always have us on edge, and then at the very few moments, they just let it unleash. They just let it go at it. And this time, I believe this is the first time we're seeing CC in cash.
Yeah, it is the first time we're seeing CCTV in cash.
It is
with a
ooh.
frost mat as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ooh. I mean that second one, I'm sure that doesn't work. That first one, however, on secret, I think it might catch someone off guard if they're not too careful.
I'm saying the second one has some potential. If they're going to be playing like aggressive on red, you really want to get that tight and not wide angle when you're peeking it or maybe holding it as an attacker. So maybe, but definitely the first one I have a lot more faith in than the second one.
Although I'm a little bit confused as this is the ideal side for that Tabut Al-Qaid combo that we mentioned, but we're going to be seeing a bandit, which works, but does not work as well. So I'm not too sure because they did play the Kaid earlier, but maybe they're more confident in their bandit tricking just in case something does go south.
Yeah, I mean, bandit tricking isn't the worst, especially with Ace. You can actually, you know, bandit trick him a lot more efficiently since I don't think Cade Claw's actually recharging time, but it's still, you know, it's a lot safer to play with Cade. But these attackers don't seem like they're going to be taking it on the side of main breach. Well, they're not going to be definitely going for platform main breach, but they're going to be focusing their side and just their eye in general on construction, which also, don't forget, has a little bit of a mini main breach of its own. And, you know, they can focus the utility there. They can just play on windows, and it can still be quite a troublesome place, but not taking Garage or Red leaves the defenders with a lot of space to work with, leaves them with a lot of roaming, a lot of not verticality, switching, rotating, and such, which can be quite deadly, especially for incoming C4s, which we still have 3 left, so keep that in mind.
C4. We've been seeing a lot of C4s connect. I think we're going to be seeing it. MLG again going to be taking some early damage, but not going to be enough to take this man down. This man has face bullets. He's been eating them. He is hungry, but they're not going to be enough to kill him. And as I say that, Mancunian going to find Jainoski with his little SMG, but Buster going to find Guti. Fire going to make it an even 3v4 against Mancunian. It's all coming down so quickly once again. NXT versus Rocks Rising. 3-2 is the scoreline. These teams have been trading rounds after rounds. Could be a good thing, could be a bad thing. We won't know until the second half, to be honest.
True. Now the HP on NXT isn't looking good. Their player count isn't looking good either, but they still have 2 C4s, which I am very hopeful for. Now there's a VS coming up red. She's taking it a very aggressive path. She's going up, the plant is going down. She realizes no one's flanking, no one's on top red. She gets the pick, she gets Scar off the board. Mamali gets one for himself, but Booster's gonna be getting a triple for his own. Now it's MOG alone. The plant is there, but he's on Garage, he's on Rafters. He's right now in a bit of a tight corner. He's going for all the pre-fires he can with all bullets being thrown at him, just being dodged. Earlier he ate enough, he's now full and fed, now he needs to start dodging, but Buko won't be allowing it. He hits the target and finishes the job as the score is going to be 3-3. Now we're going to be going into the role swap, and every time I see Fire do anything, I want to see Fire Fox, like the browser, so badly because it's fire.rocks, and my brain can't get around it. It's like a tongue twister for me.
Yeah, I keep seeing Fire, and I accidentally keep thinking of this other player that I casted for a LAN event, and his name was Fire, very similar, and he was absolutely dominating. He went like, it was a BO3, and in total he had like 46 kills combined across all 3 maps. He was absolutely dominating. And Fire, one of Rocks Rising has a lot of players to look out for depending on the day. Fire can sometimes be one of them. Looks like today is a decent day for him, not the best I've seen, but we're going to be going into that half swap, going into church like always. A bit of a 1 my action and 2 C4s. C4s might be interesting. They might be connecting on that kitchen, hopefully. I do like my C4 kills quite a lot, like I've mentioned before.
We love to see them. We
10
love
seconds
those
remaining.
C4 kills more than anything. I mean, it's satisfying to be
5
honest,
seconds
especially when it's a double or triple kill. Oh my god, that
Oh,
just
yeah.
gets me in my feelings.
Must
But
locate and defuse a bomb.
we're in a roll swap. Now, Rocks Horizon, you know, they managed to even it up. They managed to go 3-3, just making sure that they're at least a bit more even out before they go to the favorable side of defense. And now, it's really up to them. Now they can either start absolutely dominating, since, you know, it's a bit more, it's a bit better for them to be on defense, as said or as stated previously. But who knows? Maybe NXT still has some tricks up their sleeve, and maybe they'll be showing us their trump card, their jokers, whatever they may be. You know, let's just hope they can actually manage to not just let these 3 rounds they won go to complete waste.
Puko going to be going into main stairs, trying to see if he can get any kills, but not going to be able to quite find anything. NXT gonna have to clear these roams very quickly. They have to get into a kitchen position. They have to get into a position where they can attack comfortably. They're gonna start off the very top floor for that roam clearing, which most of the time you won't see anyone playing up there, but you get the very weird person that maybe goes above kitchen to play the vertical, and it can work if they don't clear, but not gonna be the case for Rox Ryzen here. Rox Ryzen has a very strong defense. I'm usually Rox Ryzen would be in a very aggressive defense. They try to spawn peek a lot, which we haven't seen that so far, but I have a slight feeling that we will probably be seeing it. Although Rox Ryzen might be a little bit scared. NXT has been putting up a really good fight, despite what most people thought. So Rox Ryzen might be like, whoa, wait. Actually, maybe we shouldn't be too aggressive. NXT's kind of cooking with this one today. You know, that might be what they're thinking. Or maybe they're just like, well, we're in group stage day 8. Let's try and keep it a little bit more serious. But you know, we'll see.
Keep us
We'll
secured.
see. And so we will. Right now, no kills. Not a single drop of blood. And we're down to the last 35 seconds, so you know I'm going to start twisting my tongue. I'm going to start messing up every single word, every single name I drop, and every single operator that's going to drop down the hatch and get another triple to double kill. But yeah, 25 seconds, that's going to be Fire opening it up onto MOG. That's going to be the ace off the board. Starting to push up another one from the side of Jay, and Janoski getting a double. Firefox joining him in, and that's going to be a total of 4 kills in a matter of what, 5 seconds? Let's drop that count, as right now Manali is left standing in a 1v5, and he's not gonna let them get that flawless. He's gonna keep it down, and well, Rox Horizon is gonna get the 7th round, and oh my god, that happened so fast.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of these rounds. Nothing happens for the whole round, to the point where I honestly don't have anything else to say except just kind of waffle for a little bit. And then last 30 seconds, all of the action happens. We struggle keeping up with what's even going on. We can't even register it until the round's pretty much already over. All I know, NXT Rox Ryzen, scoreline 3-4, very close match, but NXT is on attack now, which can be, you know, very difficult. And like we just saw, Rox Ryzen played that defense. I don't even know what they did, but time was 30 seconds left. They just got kills in 5 seconds. Boom, that's round for Rox Ryzen. If that keeps going, this might be a very, very quick loss. I'm not gonna lie. We're gonna be seeing Capitalo. Hopefully no Capital curse for the tournament. I think NXT has been one of the teams that has had this Capital curse that I talked about earlier happen to the most, actually.
Oh well.
Keep it deployed.
You know, they're a bit cursed then and there, but they have their lucky moments and their good days, and that's definitely the first 3 or the first 3 rounds they won was definitely one of their better times, and let's hope we can keep seeing that, since you know you can't just wish curse on one team and no one on the other. As right now, Rocks Horizon, when they were defending, they were just turtling. And, you know, of course NXT took their time, but they said, it's down to 20 seconds, we either push or we lose. And they took their chance, but sadly they got shut down. Oh my, they got shut down in an instant. There wasn't even a ray frag. The Bucks just had to watch there in absolute terror as it all unveiled in front of his eyes as he was just left alone in bar hatch watching Moto door. And, you know, if he dropped, you just shouldn't give them, in his, I'm assuming that's going to be his thought process, don't give them the satisfaction of the flawless. Let it tick off and just be that, because that was chaos, and it's been like that for, I would say, the majority of rounds. And oh my god, and it's probably going to keep on coming. I'm just seeing this C4 and I'm smiling right now. I'm hoping so goddamn badly for it.
I do have to mention as well, Puko, deadly on these red stairs. I have seen this man play these red stairs so many times, and all consistently gets almost the 3Ps. They'll just push him, and he'll get the guy going in through the breach. He'll get another one going in through Raptors, and then he'll get another one that's trying to go in from below, from Secret. And Buster, the C4 that you're looking for, comes out, and he's going to find MLG as Janoski, going to find Scar making a 3v5, Mancunian, Guti, Mamali, all down to these last 3 players. Capital, not the first one to die, but Buster able to find Mamali as the Janoski going to find a double and flawless round for Rocks Horizon, ladies and gentlemen. One more round under Rocks Horizon's belt.
I am right now the definition of jaw dropped. That C4 was read out. It was spoken. He read him like a book. Oh my goodness, Buster, you gotta calm down. Double kill again for him. And a flawless round, which honestly, at this point, we can consider it a second flawless round. Kind of. A flawless round and a half, I guess we'll call it that. But it was a flawless nonetheless, and this one was full out because, oh my god, the second these attackers wanted to actually go in for the action, NXT just gets shut down. They don't get a chance to refrag. The second they realize one of their teammates is dead, that the chain just starts. It just starts snapping one after another, and by the end of it, they're all gone. And that's kind of how Rocks has been right now finishing them off. But holy, that C4 was just, it was just planned. I think it was destiny that just led him into that direct path and everything. It was just all nicely planned and written down. And with that, Rocks is going to be getting themselves a 5-3. One more round, and they're going to be down to a match point, which is going to, for right now, it's a 2-round difference, which, you know, keep that count up, and you'll be looking, you're like yourself is going to be Rocks the winner of today, because, yeah, I mean, just look at that. Let's give it a bit of a look. Let's give it a bit of a review. Boom, there goes the dynamite, and oh, Ace goes flying to the right.
Yeah, that was, I have to say, that was pretty good. And Rocks Horizon, I kind of lost my train of thought, to be honest. I definitely had something very, very good and important to say. It was like the best comment anyone has ever made in Rainbow Six Siege casting, but I have forgotten. What was I gonna say? Anyway, NXT on the attack. Mamali went to find the opening pick against Puko, one of those star players, but Buster immediately gonna trade Mamali. A lot of opening trades, but might be a little of a confidence booster for NXT. I'm stuck. I wanted to say something that I thought was gonna be really good, and now I'm like thinking, trying to cast as well, and think it's not gonna work. Anyway, I'll forget about it. It'll come back to me.
Okay. You'll remember.
Maybe. BMS are gonna be playing very, very close here into this breach. I would find that kill if we're not careful, NXT. Ooh.
Oh, it's getting close. Now, tomorrow is the out of the match. So is the Grim, but I'd rather trade those two. Since Puko, like you said, star of the show right now, the second best fragger on the side of Rocks Horizon is off the match. Well, Mamali himself isn't doing the finest himself as for now, and Grim's gadget isn't necessarily that game-changing or life-changing in general, as MLG gets peaked. Oh, but it won't be going down as MLG gets downed, and of course that's going to be Mancunian joining him in the pit. And of course, BMS also joining them down there. He's going to be getting taken off the board. Really bad HP situation, especially with Booty being the only one who has actually full HP now taken down. The remaining NXT remnants are just basically down, left to together of a 60 HP as it gets drained out. And God,
That was
Lux
rough.
Horizon is now on match point.
That was a heartbreaking round to watch, I have to admit.
Yeah.
Not being able
Oh.
to clear that mirror there, or losing all of these gunfights, the breach. Unfortunately, we kind of went into a little bit of a chokehold in construction. Not gonna do much. Gonna manage to find the Capital kill with the fire, which I hadn't seen that yet. I do have a little bingo for gadget
Attackers need to
kills, and
locate and defuse
I'm
bombs.
still missing the frost mat, but that's also the first Capital kill, which kind of excited about that for my little bingo. And we're gonna be seeing Rox Horizon, like you mentioned, match point going into church, one of the most difficult sides to attack, probably the defender favorite to defend, always getting picked first. NXT didn't have the best attack. We're gonna be seeing something a little bit different. We're gonna be seeing with the OSA. I believe it was NXT that, or one of the teams played OSA here last
10
time,
seconds to insertion.
and it went horribly wrong. It was absolutely
Oh.
heartbreaking
5 seconds
to
to
witness. I
insertion.
don't remember what team exactly it was, but this OSA play that they're going for
Attackers are moving
in
out to
church,
locate a bomb and defuse it.
if you play it wrong, it can absolutely troll and throw the round.
You know how you're... Oh my god, how is that not a headshot? I'm complaining in the name of Puko right now. He
Yeah.
went for a nasty spawn peek. I saw that helmet only, and I'm gonna defend it till my very end, even if I get proven wrong, but that should have been a headshot. Whatever the point is, right now, Azami, aka Puko, the second star of this match, is right now just popping up. He felt confident. He felt like he could do it. He went for that. And he almost got it. Almost, but almost won't be enough. As right now, defenses are also starting to crumble down as the Ram is going in. The verticality is being exposed. And that's what makes Ram such a deadly character. She's not like Sledge, where directly where that hole is opened, or Buck, near where that hole is opened, that's where the operator is. She can throw it, and she can go as far away as she pleases. That's why that Ram gadget is probably, and it's also extremely destructive. Very strong. Oh,
Yeah. Ooh, Pugo gonna be able to find that kill in Mancunian. And interestingly enough, we're going to be seeing the Habana trying to clear the top floor, which I would have left to someone else, because these hatches are gonna be really important that we open them early. And with her wasting that time trying to clear that roamer when someone could have done that job, we're gonna be getting these hatches open a little bit too late for our comfort. And with a man down, not looking very good for NXT. We have two C4s in play, and just a lot of util to kind of waste here. Floor's drone's gonna come out, maybe try and get these mirror windows, but not looking very likely.
Yes. And yet again, we're going to rinse and repeat this situation. We're down to the last minute, and only one kill has been dropped onto Mancunian, who is going to make it a bit more of a difficult situation for NXT to actually clutch this up and continue onto their next match safely, or the next round to actually have a chance at winning. So with a man disadvantage, and, with little time remaining, again, because wow, has it been so many times that we've been down to the last half a minute, and we're there yet again. So we're just gonna waffle a bit while we're there. We have the time since not much is happening. But when these attackers start going, it's gonna be an all-out war. The Yings are going off, and we have a warden, but he seems to be playing blue, which isn't gonna be the most helpful to Puko right now. The plant is going down on the Osa. Does it go down completely? Yes, it actually does. 40 seconds on the clock. A 4v4, a 3v4 from the hatch, and that's gonna be verticality. MOG getting one for himself, making it an even shot. But the SMG 11 in hand. man shouldn't be left with Booster since he's going to be absolutely destroying it. Those ones on main stairs get shot directly from there, and that's going to be a 1v3 situation. The upstairs is being held as strongly as it can be, but this diffuser will be getting basically finished. Yeah, there we go. Oh, he's still defending it with his life. The flank comes up. Oh, what a shot from the side of Scar. That's going to be a double kill. The shotgun is coming from below. The mute on this tiny little bits of HP, and playing it safe, Scar is going to be backing off, and the time is out. Mute does not have the time to defuse, and with that, NXT is going to be securing
Bomb
the
defused.
fourth round
Attackers win.
with an amazing shot. I mean, this Ying, the flick on the mirror head, and this. Oh my goodness! Let's get a look at this, shall we? That is amazing.
Wow.
Let's get it. Boom. Woo.
I don't know how that was a headshot. I'll be honest on the guy defusing, but NXT is gonna take that round very surprisingly. Ying gonna come absolutely with the clutch, keeping NXT in a round that probably wasn't meant to be theirs, but they're gonna take it anyway. They're gonna steal that
Defenders,
round.
protect your
Gonna keep
bombs
still
from being
in
defused
the
by
game.
attackers.
But match point for Rock's Rising still stands. They need to win 2 rounds in a row at least to make this even. Might be a little bit difficult for NXT, especially since we've seen these rounds be so close to the point where it all comes down to just almost luck sometimes.
It's sad but true. I can't disagree completely. I can't disagree at all, but it was an interesting clutch. We gotta give the props where they should be
10
given,
seconds left.
especially to the Yin. I mean, look, I got the round, that's what's important, and my offer still stands. NXT, please win this. Please be the game changer, or I guess not the meta changer, the situation changer, whatever it may be. Please just make it a bit more interesting, and that's what they've been doing. Although, how the hell is it constantly that it's down to the last few seconds when the action happens? It's never. I don't think there's been a round that's been different.
No, not at all. It's all been like we mentioned this ages ago. It just comes down to the last 30 seconds, and then 15 kills come out of nowhere, and you don't even know what's going on. And then one team just starts throwing everything that they have, and it just ends up being chaos. But we're going to be trading a bit of bullets, going to be trading some damage, but not enough to quite kill anyone. But we're going to be getting some of that sweet info that we all love so much, as NXT is going to be slowly preparing to do this attack into Cash CCTV. Now, this extension from Rocks, not as deep as it was earlier, the previous rounds for Gym and Bedroom, but still going to be an annoying extension to deal with, as Jay Noski going to be able to find Goody, making it possible for NXT to win this round potentially, unless some trades come out. That is going to be. Oh, but as I say that, Mancunian going to push into side, not side, but into Cash, going to find Booster. Jay Noski going to find Mancunian, however, but Scar going to be able to trade that from the other side of the map. BMX going down. It's a 3v3. NXT Rocks Rising could go either way. Puko, however, is still alive, the star of the team. The top fraggers from Rocks Rising. This is looking scary for NXT. I'm not liking it.
Oh, neither am I, but what I'm liking is the C4 that Cade is holding on himself, so maybe, just maybe we get to see one final one, or maybe another one after that, but whatever it may be, this is the first round where action actually was started a bit earlier, or at least one of the fewer ones. And I'm happy to see it. Now we're down to a 3v3 and it's closing in. Now Rocks, they're not in that tight of a situation as NXT is. They're a lot more adrenaline pumped. They have it all on the line for this round and the next one to come. So they need these 2 rounds in order to continue. And Mamali's not going to be joking around, but he will be getting taken out next as Fire gets traded out. Now Janoski, he started it off, but will he be able to finish it off? They have a slight idea where he could be. They're not 100% certain, but it's a bit more of a common courtesy where he could be hiding. Now they do have the diffuser. MOG does have the diffuser, and Thermite is not the one that has it. Thermite's the one outside. He jumps in. That's going to be a triple kill. Oh, he almost finishes the job, but now it's down to the last 10 seconds. Now the Ace has the diffuser. He is inside. He's going for a plant. Does Janoski know it?
seconds left.
He's extremely close. This is a
Attackers are
very
activating
tight
bomb
situation. He gets it down. He sticks it. He
Defenders have
sticks it.
located the
And he
diffuser.
hides behind the barrier. It was
Oh,
noticed.
no.
Janoski with a quad. And it's going to be a GG for Roxor Rising as they're going to be finishing it off with a 7-4 score. And NXT, a nice.
Disable the diffuser.
That is going to be a quadruple kill for Janoski, making Rox Ryzen 2 nights, third winner. Congratulations, NXT. I am shocked. I am wowed. NXT played that way better than I anticipated. Props to them. They've definitely been improving very rapidly from the previous matches that I've been seeing. And we're gonna be seeing these little plays. Oh, this Buster play was unfortunate, and yeah, we had a lot of nice plays this match. I have to say, this was. I know I talked bad about the clubhouse, but this was actually kind of an entertaining clubhouse to watch. I'll give you that.
Yes, and we got information that the next map is going to be Clubhouse, so while Don may not like it, I'm definitely all in for it, and as of course, if I hope the conditions will be set that the next match is going to be as interesting as this one, we're going to be having ourselves a blast, because oh my god, oh, that double kill C4 I just saw right now in the replays not too long ago, still tearing me up, even until this moment. And now, that Lux is the winner of Clubhouse. Getting off to the second one very soon. And, I mean, Don, look, I wasn't too far off saying, I guess, I'm hoping in NXT to win.
Yeah, it was a very close one, I have to say. You almost got me, but Janoski was able to close that with a quad, which, you know, it's a pretty good closing for a match.
Mm-hmm. Most definitely. Now, okay, from staff, again, I'm gonna need confirmation. We're ready for a break?
Ooh. Well, everyone make sure to get some popcorn, some drinks, or anything, because the next match is going to be our final match of the day. So I hope everyone's excited for that. Thank you everyone so far for been watching. We'll be going into a little break. Make sure to get ready for this one last match, which might be really, really hype.
Let's get it.
I know we both escape too close to ground. We've been running for ages to search some light. We can feel every day after running for nights. We feel so to see some light when ashes dropping down. We step aside. I'd run away with you to see some light when ashes dropping down.
Welcome back here at the Voltage League. You just saw the third game of the day, the second to last one. But last but not least, we now have the last game up for this evening. You can see it in the below corner. It's Order 66 versus Stax, Copper Clan. Don, what do you know about these teams?
Order 66 has a, I'll be honest, their roster, pretty good roster. They used to play a lot in like a couple of years ago or like a year ago. And Order 66 is a very unpredictable team. They like to do a lot of weird things. They'll set the tempo, they'll go really fast and they'll go really slow. But Stacks, Copper Clan is also very good at adapting to that kind of stuff. So it's going to be a bit of a tough match. Although I did vote for Order 66 to take this match. Although I think it's going to be really, 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 really close.
I think it is going to be close, that's for sure. But we are going to see. I'm apparently the only one who's rooting for Stax Copper Clan. Puff, why
Yeah.
do you think Order 66 is going to win?
Honestly, I've said it before. I'm not really well familiarized with these teams. I just picked them because they have a cool Star Wars logo. I can't lie. That's the honest truth I'm giving.
Don't you think that you would really enjoy announcing those map bans?
Ooh. Oh yes, Clubhouse yet again. We get to see it. Now, okay. Uh I can agree. I'm gonna agree with Don here that Clubhouse is played through a lot more than most of the maps. I would personally, I would also love seeing some Consulate, Cafe, or maybe even Night Haven. Chalet also really fun than Clubhouse. It would be a bit more, I guess I'll say, refreshing. But I do love me some Clubhouse, and let's hope it's gonna be as interesting or even more interesting than the previous match we just had.
Guess what? We are just about to find out, as we just got the information that the lobby is full, the players are ready, and we are about to start and hop into the game any second from now. So, that also means I'm going to hand over the last game of this evening to you two.
Thank you, thank you. We're gonna be loading into Clubhouse. Uh, you know, Clubhouse, my beloved. It's like a love-hate relationship. It's it's probably the map I'm the most comfortable on, but at the same time, it feels like I just keep repeating myself over and over. And people that watch these streams most of the time, if they're ever watching me cast Clubhouse, they're like, "All right, Don, you've said the exact same thing for the last 6 fucking matches." Sorry for the word. You've said the same thing for the last 6 matches. We get it. You know what I mean? But at the same time,
Yeah.
It can sometimes be interesting to see what these teams can come up with if they decide to do something different that we're not used to. But, it isn't usually what we see. And I agree with you. I think it would be a fresh change of air to get like a cafe. Cafe would be absolutely crazy. Oregon, I like watching Oregon. I think I would like an Oregon as well.
I have a really okay. Oregon, it's mostly because when I used to cast, I don't think there were, if it was like a BO3 or anything above a BO1 or a best of 1, if it was a best of 3, best of 5, whatever, I don't think there was a single match I casted without Oregon, and that was extremely common. But it's kind of like that home feeling, you know. You see Oregon, you're like, we're back home again. We can comfortably relax, you know. But people always on Oregon manage to actually have some interesting plays, so it makes it very interesting to also watch, to cast, and scream at people for doing insane plays. But all in all, that's what we're doing as of right now, going on to Clubhouse. As the first ban is going to be Maverick. Joining him though will be Capital.
Wow. That's Capital ban. Interesting ban, a Capital ban. I mean, it does make sense in Clubhouse. Capital can be very annoying to deal with his fires and his smokes. He can get you out of generator or bathroom, or if you're trying to ban the trick, he counters that. But still not a common ban that we usually see. Fenrir, And that's common. Maverick, we've seen it a little bit. Tabura, of course. Nobody likes that on Clubhouse.
Most definitely. This time around, we're not going to be seeing the Tubera Arcade combo, or maybe even the Bandits Tubera as we saw earlier for a bit of a change of pace. But we're going to at least see some, a bit more of breaching, a bit more of this and that. Cade is still going to be played. I mean, honestly, they're going church, they're going downstairs, securing those hatches, and wasting maybe a slot for the opponents. So you have to go someone who has EMPs just to counter that Cade, just to waste that utility, that time, that effort is always a nice thing to have on defense, because all in all, you do want to have yourself a bit more these pushes to come in late. That's how it went with the previous matches. I mean, the pushes were the last 30 seconds, at least, let's say 90% of the rounds. And with that, I mean, the defenders had a bit of a better time. But of course, not always the situation. So, let's actually see what we're looking at over here.
Attackers have located
Now,
a bomb.
the kitchen setup is right now just about as basic as it gets. We don't have much pre-play C4s, not much to go around, but the defenders are going to have to play some sort of roam or something at least to distract these attackers from just getting full map coverage in a matter of seconds.
5 seconds
Turtle
remaining.
strat is good, okay, just turtling around inside, shelling up, and
Attackers are
defending
heading
it
out
with
to
all
defend
you
the
have
bomb.
left is never a bad thing. It's a safe option if you want to go off of gunfights, but you should consider that a tactic for the last few moments, only when you will really have no utility and you just push back completely.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing a little bit of, again, default kind of plays. We do have the Kaid this time around, which we didn't really see last match. Not going to really prevent opening these hatches as a mission. Going to find that opening kill against Heavy. Order 66 already in the advantage with a lot of time, 2 minutes and 17 seconds still remaining, and with the opening kill, this could be a very good round for Order 66 as Stacks gonna go down from blue. A mission gonna find that double kill, meaning a 5v3. Not looking that good for Stacks. Cover time here. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I mean, the man advantage is there, and the attackers, what's even worse is these attackers, they have the time to execute whatever they need. They definitely are roaming free. Not only did they take out the Warden and the Azami, which are both pretty useful characters, especially for late game, especially with the amount of flashes. I mean, we still have 6 flashes on 3 different operators at the current moment of attack. They still have the time. They have enough time to execute it. They have enough time to prepare, enough time to drone things out. Just get kind of a bit of experience and I guess I'll say simulation going where they're like, okay, we're going to do this, and kind of just get it all set up very nicely and smoothly without having to rush things. Now, the Dokkaebi call is actually the first one's coming out just now, which getting 2 calls without a Dokkaebi, getting 2 kills without a Dokkaebi call is just a really good save of the gadget itself. And now, Tubarao, or not Tubarao, Wamai, being a bit more low on HP, I'm saying it's going to be looking a lot tougher. The kill gets dropped, but the Cade's going to be getting one for himself. A 4v2 situation, the plan's going down, and it's not going to be going so easily. The Cade will be left alone in a 4v1. A nasty, very nasty wallbang, but he gets taken out by NXN. That's going to be the first round, going to Order 66.
Very well earned round. They had it from the back from the very beginning when they managed to get that opening kill with still 2 minutes left on the round and just managed to find that second one. Not much that Stacks could do, SEC could do there, except try and win those gunfights. But at the end of the day, if you're relying on winning gunfights, not going to work out most of the time. And as I say that is going to be the first round going for Order 66. I don't know why. I thought this was round 3. I'm like mixing rounds from last match. But as we're going to be going into bedroom and gym with the typical extension into cash and CCTV.
You active.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, right now it's just the prep phase, so let's talk about the previous match a bit more.
10 seconds.
No, we still have the time. Let's actually, because at the end, I mean, it was just absolute chaos. I mean, we saw 2 early picks, which left the attackers with 2 minutes of
Attackers must
not
locate
only
and defuse the
man
bomb.
advantage, but also time and just the area, the amount of plays. They had the second and the third floor, or the second and the first floor, whatever. The upper two floors completely to themselves. They had drones, they had the utility, even two Dokkaebi calls coming out before or after the two kills happened. So they were basically set, and they used that to their advantage because the last few moments that Wamai was in absolute despair, but we see a bandit trick going on, and besides a bandit trick, it's going to be JJF5 getting taken off the board. That's going to be the lion of the team, who still hasn't used too many or all of his scans, which is going to be a bit of a waste of an operator right now. And with that, it's going to be a refrag, or not a refrag, a bit of a trade going on to the bandit. No more bandit tricking for him, as we're left with a 4v4. Some action already going on this early in the match.
Raxus gonna be able to find that nice little kill on by Herrick. They get a little bit more of an even 4v4, but still loads of time left. At this round, Order 66 could take it. They just have to prepare a little bit more into this attack, as we're gonna see them trying to get this construction control. But are they aware of this roamer? Are they aware of this flank? And Heavy gonna go down to a mission for V3, but Leon gonna be able to find Aktraski. Aktraski, I'm not too sure how to pronounce that. Leon with a double kill against Nixon. 2v3, Order 66. Their attack is falling apart as the mission is gonna go into construction site. Rix is trying to see if he can find an angle on anyone, but SCC is not gonna give this to them. They can wait, not hold any angles. Just wait for them to push. They've got time, they've got numbers advantage. As we're going to be reinforcing this little wall here and fall back into side, as we know where they are playing. They are stuck here. Not much that Order 66 can do except win these gunfights. Noob going to be able to hold them. Leon holding from bathroom as well. Oh, a mission going to drop down the hatch. Going to try and maybe go into main stairs, trying to see if he can find anyone lacking, but Stax is ready for this. He is holding these stairs. He's waiting. The fight's gonna happen very soon. He's holding it, and then engagement is gonna happen, and Stax is gonna be able to find the kill on a mission, as Rex is gonna try and swing and trade for it, but he is gonna die to 2 noob, and SCC is gonna win the second round.
Okay, now it's time for the defenders to make a bit of a round for themselves, as Order 66 won't begin this one, and the match will be going for a bit more of an even score. Now, a very tight situation, these attackers. I mean, Order 66, one in lodging, one in construction, had to drop down main. If he would have won the gunfight on Solus, I'm saying it's still very possible, because then the ace swings, maybe gets a kill for himself. A bit more of confidence is driven into him, because now it's a 2v2. Now it's a bit more of an even fight rather than a 2v3, and then it would have been a bit different. But that Solus secured it, got the 1v3, and just that cross angle and that shot through the vault soft wall, the little hole they even had it there, just prepped up for that. The Zami got the final kill, and they managed to secure themselves this first round number 2, and a very nice one at that, as we're going into CC and Cash. Now, okay, going CC Cash, we see Mute, we see Bandit, and Tubarao being banned, we're gonna have to go off of those bandit tricks, and let's just hope these attackers don't take a vertical position to actually get rid of the breach, because that would be certainly troublesome. And of course, also the bandit doesn't necessarily need to trick, but yet again, main breach on CC is extremely important. It kind of just cuts off so much rotation and so much movement for the defenders. It's actually insane. I mean, you can see onto rafters, you can push up to red, you have the entire side basically under your vision, and even if you play from the windows, you just extend that so much more, and it's a very important part. And without Tubarao and Cade being the duo they are, yeah, it's going to be hard to defend them with just a bandit or a mute.
Yeah, and with the ace nerves, it's definitely worth it trying to bandit trick this main breach here. I'm going to make it very difficult to try and get it open. Not that he can bandit trick both of his shell mounts.
Oh.
Ooh. And it is going to quite work. He's going to be able to get that bandit trick off, making it more difficult to get this main breach. We are going to be seeing a push through construction, as they are going to ideally try and regroup here, as they have realized that main breach is not going to happen. They know that the weak part now is this breach. But at the same time, it's a really difficult one to get through. It becomes most of the time a chokehold where a lot of teams will struggle and the players will just die one by one. And with these C4s in play, these two C4s, not the best position to play if like in a little in a little small room.
Yeah, that's for sure. That's for certain, some may say. And Ace is going to be taking the first bits of damage of this round. I mean, he may not be the first pick, not yet at least, but, you know, this approach is a lot more slower. They're going for a second breach. They have a Thermite in hand. You know, 2 Ace Sharma's got taken out, but oh, what a shot with a P90. JJF getting one for himself, gets taken out. That's going to be another kill for the side of SCC. And of course, it's going to be a 1v3 situation in a matter of seconds. I couldn't even get all of that in time. Like, you know, I'm not Eminem to just start rapping out these words, but the C4 comes out and a nasty one of that. Tried to shoot it, but even tried to back up at the very second. With the amount of HP he had, not much of a choice was given, and that's going to be a round going to the side of Stax Copper Clan. And I mean, honestly, that was demolition. That Thermite was also extremely important. The soul is going from below. The instant that he got taken out was, I would say, the instant they won, just because she denied one of the most important breaches. Again, that is the main breach that you can decide between. You can either go for CC main breach, which is on the platform, which Ace wanted to go for, or the Thermite. So they had two hard breaches just in case one got taken out. But even when they went for the second one, the Thermite as well got taken off the board. And with that, I mean, it was just all over. Just all fell apart in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, and with the successful bandit tricking, not being able to open that main breach, puts you in a very difficult position to attack into that site. 9 times out of 10, you're not going to be able to win it just pushing from construction. It's a death hold, as we just saw. Not much that you can do. You kind of just die, and the best you can pray for is being the defenders being too aggressive and you being able to punish them for that and managing to get those kills. Unfortunately, not going to be the case. Going to be a little bit of a close round, but not close enough for Order 66 to manage to take that win. That being said, however, they are on attack, and despite that, these rounds have been very close. It could be like last match, where once we go into that second half, the defense is going to go... the defense, sorry, Leon gonna struggle a little bit with. He's gonna struggle a little bit with getting that angle for the kite tricking, but he's gonna manage to get it. Leon, my goat, heavy, gonna go into a little bit of a strip roam. We've seen these teams actually that the strip roam sometimes works really well, and they are able to get like 3 kills off it. And, you know, just absolutely dominate. And as I say that, a little bit of an early engagement might be happening. He knows that this player is up here. Nixon, he's not aware of Heavy playing down here. If he just peeks a little bit more, his head will get taken.
Yes, it will. Hemi right now being right below the enemy.
Well,
he decides to drop, and then it's going to be Ram off the board. No hesitation, no information. Goes all in, and well, that didn't end up too good, as Hemi's going to be getting a kill of his own. And here comes the time for time wastage. You know, these attackers, they need to get rid of Heavy quickly, and so they did. Rex is going to be finishing the job, and that's going to be Ash, you know, getting a bit of a glory kill for herself. We also see someone playing, I believe that was Top Secret, not too sure though. Actually, no, those are the attackers. Mixed them up. My apologies. But we're down to a 4v4. You know, nothing special as of yet. Kate is still doing his as tricking, and oh, let's hope that Kate spot was worth it, because right now, yeah, with the time it took to him to get to those cardboard boxes, which was, you know, it was an adventure of its own. At the end, it didn't really matter, since the breach was still gotten. That's what the power of Thermite, friendship and teamwork and stuff can do. And, you know, a bit of a failed Ash charge there, but we're gonna get it one time at least, hopefully.
Heavy gonna be spamming through his teammates' POVs to the point where he can't even see where he's honestly looking at. But the kite tricking is gonna work a little bit. A mission with his Candela still in play. gonna be burning these with mice, but it does not matter. He's just gonna throw them all, gonna drop down the hatch, gonna see if he can find a kill. He's not gonna be quite lucky, but he's gonna find these feet. A mission gonna find there. Rex is gonna find 2 Nufas. Leon is gonna find Reaxis as well. Double kill, 3v2. Leon gonna go down to Trisky. Oh, it's all down to Stacks. The Fuser gonna go down, but a mission gonna find Stacks, and it's gonna be round for Order 66.
Oh my god. There's speechless yet again. Clubhouse is making me speechless. Drop down, starts getting shot at by the enemy. I mean, the enemy spots him right there, starts shooting at him. But let's get. Oh my goodness. Oh wait, it was Rexy's that saved them. My bad. I thought it was the Ying that got the kill, but I guess it was Rexy's coming in for the clutch. But finishing the job, the Ying actually did get a nice double kill. She managed to distract the enemies just enough so Rexy's could walk into Moto and get a kill for himself, making it a double for that round. And of course, joining him was the Ying with the final touch on the Azami. But you know, even though the attackers won, I feel like that ram kill, that drop on the hatch was, you know, a bit unnecessary if you ask me. But you know, gotta let Solus be a bit of a snake now and then.
It's interesting to see that across 2 different matches, that same hatch has been what's lost the defense round on church multiple times. Which I'm curious to see if we're gonna do anything about it this match, because last match we kind of just left it open. We gave that hatch for free. We didn't even reinforce it, and we kept losing our defense rounds on church because of that hatch. And again, we're seeing it happen on this match, which, you know, I guess speaks volumes about Clubhouse boring, your favorite map.
Hey, don't do me like that.
Stacks with the 3 C4s. Once again, we're going to be seeing a mission on your favorite operator. He might be going for a little rush. And Stacks gonna find a Kritsky, but immediately gonna be traded by Nixon, making it a 4v4. The Fuser gonna go down. That is their hard breach, main hard breach. Gone. That's rough. That's tough. These breaches might not be happening. All we have is Ace. And that's not gonna be enough.
Yep, it's all up to him to get those breaches open, and we still have the Bandit open for opportunity to get rid of those Selmas. Those Red Loafs won't be coming along as long as he's there on that wall, and the Mute is also going to be preventing them for quite a bit, so a bad trade for the side of Order 66. They got rid of the Thermite, which was a bit of a second chance. There comes the Selmas, and there it is. The Bandit trick coming in right nicely just to clutch it up. And now Ace is out of Selmas. He's got main breach on poolside, which is, you know, all in all, it's fantastic, but he can't really do much now. Goes for a run out and it works. Oh, 2 noob, a nice kill onto JJF5, and it's going to be a very detrimental one as the mission starts going up. The DLMG in hand, he's unstoppable. Double kill from the side of an XNN, and Leon getting a kill for himself. The shotgun in hand, Rex is getting taken out. The Maru starts rushing in, gets coverage from Bathroom, you know, not too much, and taken out by Leon. SMG-11 in hand, unstoppable. C4 getting thrown, shotgun in hand. First shot doesn't register, that's why he makes sure the second one hits even better than the first one. And, well,
drop shot.
Yeah.
We were both left speechless with that round. That last final kill, amazing. I'll be honest, I don't even know what happened that round. I zoned out for like a second and it was over. All I realized was there was a run out on construction that managed to get a kill. Next thing I know, everyone is dead.
And Amaru is somehow on top main.
Yeah, I don't even know where that Amaru came from. I swear she was on the complete opposite side of the map. Just randomly got to Jacuzzi. I genuinely zoned out for like 2 seconds and the round was over, so I have nothing to say about that, I'll be honest.
It was an interesting round. The run out was also very clean, to say the least, but you know, I gotta respect Leon for just absolutely clutching it up. And just in general, if we look at the kill split on Order 66, it looks normal, you know, 3-3-0-5-5. Oh my god, Stacks Copper. Jesus Christ, we have 2-3-11, 2-1. Jesus, Leon is popping off. Call
Attackers
Oh
objectives
my
to
god, that
locate
is
a bomb
insane.
and
He's
defuse it.
going absolutely off, and you know, you always gotta have the top fragger, and that's gonna be Leon. The SMG-11 is unstoppable, and he's proving it to us, with every step he takes.
I'll be honest, Leon is not a player that has been in my radar that much. But despite that, he is absolutely dominating this game so far. I mean, just looking at his stats, 11 and 2 compared to the rest of his team and the enemy team. I'm kind of impressed. A little bit of a defense on Cash CCTV as JJ gonna try and find an early pick. He's gonna get into a gunfight, but nothing. Heavy into that strip club roam again, but a mission gonna be able to find Vehurk. That's the first opening kill, and that is Raptor's kill. Gonna be really, really good to take advantage of this, as we're gonna get the yellow ping on Wamai. He's gonna see him, and a mission gonna find that double kill against Two Noob. He has full garage control. It is his. This round could go their way. Reaction is gonna find Stacks. X-Ray, this man is doing it. A mission gonna find the triple kill against Heavy. It is all down to Leon, the man of himself, but unfortunately, JJ gonna be able to find him. That is a flawless round for Order 66.
And managing to even it up right before the roll swap, Order 66 is going to be looking like a very nice 3-3 right before going on to defensive. So now, finally, Leon is going to be on the attack, going onto the Thatcher. You know, he's been proving himself to be quite the fragger up until now with that mute in play, but now we're going to have to transfer that to a mission. Maybe he can continue the legacy of the SMG-11 just onto the next few rounds. But let's see how these teams fare up now that they're on the
Defenders,
opposite
protect
roles
your
of what they
bombs from
were
being
for the
defused by
previous 6
attackers.
rounds. Going on to round number 7, we're going to be going over to Church. Now, Church, in general, I mean, pretty much the best site on Clubhouse, no doubt about it. But you still need to play your verticality and your roaming and all of that in a right order. You kind of need to, you just can't allow the attackers to have all that space and freedom in the very first minute. But in the end, you also have to shell and turtle into sight at the very right moment. We see a mission right now putting down some intense Mew Jammers. I mean, it could be looking like a
10
very
seconds
heavy
remaining.
roam, especially for the side of Rexes. We already see him right now on rafters. He's ready.
5 seconds
He's
left
ready for
before
guns. He's
insertion.
not going to let any drone, give out his location, and neither
Locate
will
and
a
defuse the
mission.
bomb.
I mean, those Mew Jammers were mostly seemed like they were focused on just kind of helping out Rexes in general, but the side is set, and it seems like it's going to be a very aggressive plan these defenders have in mind for now.
Yeah. If Order 66 has a decent defense, Stacks obviously is going to be in a little bit tight situation. And as I say that, they're immediately going to open the breach, and they're going to find X-Ray immediately going down with 2 minutes and 25 seconds left on the clock. Stacks Cover Clank might be cooking this attack. I'm not gonna lie. They're already at a man advantage. They can take it slow and be able to prepare that attack as we're gonna be clearing the little roams. Although with that first kill, with that immediate opening kill, oh, but as I say that, Leon gonna go down to a mission. The mute jammer on one of the biggest roams ever. Interesting to see the mute on that much of the roam. He's gonna take some damage. Nixon is gonna go down. No, sorry, Katsuki is gonna find Stacks. A mission gonna find Two Noob, making a 4v2. It's all happening so quickly. Order 66 is taking this defense, but as I say that, Bearhurk's gonna go down to Bearhurk's gonna find a mission. I am struggling a little bit with my wording. I apologize.
I mean, with all of the things that are happening all at once, no one can blame you. But what can be blamed right now is that phone laying on the ground that's going to give off a lot of intel. Though can be hacking directly into the mainframe of these defenders. But will these cameras be enough to stop Order 66 from defending the righteous side? Now, we have the upstairs control. The turtle isn't set for these defenders. They're going for verticals. But the problem is this man disadvantage. They need to even it out. They need to get NXN or just anyone to kind of make it a bit more of a fair gunfight or catch them off guard. Whatever it may be, these attackers, they have to risk it, at least for now. They need to play aggressive just enough to be in a, I guess I'll say a bit more of a, not a defensive, but I'll say, how would I word it? Comfortable spot in the very last few moments. As they're ticking down, the 45 mark has hit the clock, and the diffuser is in hand, the drones are out, the cams are hacked. let's see what 66 is going to do to counter all of that.
33 seconds left on the clock. Smoke canister still in play, can waste a lot of time. But Heavy has those 3 flashes. They're going to be coming out. He's going to be trying to push. He's going to be ringing them. Going to be meleeing that mirror window as that wall is going to get open. But JJ going to be able to find Heavy. JJ going to find another one against Bihard. And that is Order 66 taking another round.
Alright, that's going to be their first round swooped under the carpet. Right as we have the role swap. So first round going to Order 6 right after that. And, you know, a pretty good start. Although they had also a very aggressive, I guess I'll say, playthrough on the top floor and the middle floor. And they managed to secure a decent amount of time, utility, and take out some attacking operators along with it. Which, you know, in the end, managed to give them the win. Also, I'm not sure, but when Dokubi went for the head on the mirror, I'm not sure if she was expecting the wall to be opened up by the Bucks. It seemed like a bit of a surprise to her. So, I guess we'll never know, but maybe it was a bit of a miscommunication. Whatever it was, Mira took care of it all. And, yeah, now we're looking at a 4-3 for now. The Starks Copper Clan, we still need to kind of change it up, because with aggression Order 66 as we put it up, we kind of either need to play a lot more aggressive to the point where they kind of out-aggress them, or you either counter-aggress them in some sort of manner or play. Whatever it is, adaptability is going to be key, like it is in most matches, and they should definitely start putting it up right now, because these 2 rounds can definitely change the outcome of the entire match.
And we're going to be seeing Stacks Copper Clan with a lot of util clearing operating comp. We're going to be seeing the Florist drones, the Buck for that vertical play from below. Most likely going to be playing on that post plant. Going to be trying, ideally, planting in gym would near that hatch would be pretty good. But this is an attack we're talking about, and attack is dreadful, very difficult. Heavy's already gonna be taking some damage from those bandit charges. He's gonna be able to open construction side, being able to go a little bit aggressive into it, trying to see if he can find a kill, and he's gonna find the opening kill against X-Ray, Raxus, however you want to call him. He has both names, but that man is gone. Tunu gonna take a little bit of damage as well with trade in the Raptors play, and Byherk gonna be able to find a Kitsuki, but Nixon gonna find a C4 kill against Leon, as JJ is gonna find Tunu as well. Even 3v3 round for anyone.
Yeah, it's evened out most definitely, but the utility and the ground is actually kept by these defenders, at least for now. They still have some things under control, such as CC and Cash, which isn't completely theirs, but they have the Warden playing in it. Oh, will he stay for long, though? He contests the Buck, but it will be the Buck, aka Viherk, taking it with him. And now it's down to a 2v5. It's again, we're back to the turtle, we're back to the clubhouse regime, the regular, classic, whatever you want to call it. But are we going to be seeing the run up? Now, I'm hoping, but that Claymore could be detrimental. We see Ace push down 1, so it could be all down to that as they're pushing fully construction. A very nice kill, a double from Anax, and he gets the triple. Does he finish it off with a nice squad? Ace starts pushing up, but he doesn't know where the mirror went. She could have rotated back to site or directly into his face with a nice squad and the Vector in hand. He went with a roundabout. He confused the Ace, and oh, what a shot just at the right time as he looks away. Will be finishing the job, and Ordy 66 is going to be making the score very better for them. Very better. Much better. That was not the correct usage of that, as it's a 5-3 score now, and 1 round away. And we're looking like we're going to get the big M, followed up by the hatch point.
That was very beautiful wordplay. That was...
Thank you.
I feel like
I
you're...
worked on it.
Yeah,
yeah.
I could feel the hours that you poured into that one, and
yeah,
it was
like
very Shakespearean. Like, I think you just reinvented like the English language as a whole.
Yeah,
that was beautiful. I think I have like tears coming out of my eyes from like.
What can I say? I'm a poet.
That was.
I'm not really
you
a
are.
Siegecaster.
You are same thing.
Same thing, honestly, guys. Like every Siegecaster can become a poet. Like, come on.
Every
God.
siege caster, whenever they meet up, they just like share their poems that they make. It's all
Yeah.
poems. They don't do anything else.
Yeah, they share the most valuable words of the
10
previous
seconds to
cast they
insertion.
did, and it's like a siege wisdom.
Yeah, and most of
5
it is
seconds
just
to
stuttering
insertion.
and struggling to pronounce a
And
word.
mispronouncing names and
Attackers'
words.
objective is to defuse a bomb.
Yeah, Big Herc, definitely one of the ones that I struggle with. And then Actrisky.
Yeah, I I don't know how you say NXN. How do you
I'm
Nixon?
saying Nixon.
Nixon? I say NXN. I just can't. Oh well, doesn't matter. JJ's
well.
off the board. Too noob is gonna be too good to be taken out so easily. I love the gridlock guns. I feel like gridlock is, her guns are absolutely fantastic, and it's gonna be to the full of use as the Frost is taken out. Watch out, Frost still has some traps left, on the playing field, so you can never truly see. Maybe you're gonna get that bingo today, Don.
I think I have seen a gridlock trap kill before on the tournament actually.
Or the Frost.
Oh, the Frost. Oh yeah, the Frost. Hopefully, I am looking forward to that. The Frost one is like, it stinks a little bit because you'd imagine it's one of the easiest ones to get, and it's been almost impossible. I cannot believe that I have seen a Flores drone kill before a Frost mat kill in this game. Nixon gonna be holding a little bit of a nice angle here. Unfortunately, not good time for anything. As he's gonna be trying to get cleared from below, but they're not gonna get him. He has these smoke canisters. He is trying to hold on to this with his dear life. But again, we're seeing the mistake that I talked about earlier a lot. Stacks Copper Clan going into construction. Construction, not something you want to push into, especially with the majority of people. It usually doesn't work, but Nixon just gonna run in through that. Gonna take some damage, but not gonna die, but he is gonna go down to heavy. 3v5, order 66. This defense is falling apart. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe construction is the way to go.
Maybe they had the right plan all along, but right now it's not looking too good for Order 66. Next Copper Clan, they're getting the plan down. They're actually being very careful. Legion taking heavy damage, and Rex is taking even heavier damage, being put down 6 under, as Extra Ski is going to be getting taken out. Now it's only a mission left in a 1v4 situation. He gets found out. It's a 1v3. He takes out the puck, but the Gridlock LMG comes in to finish the job, and very nicely, it's going to be around going to Stacks Copper Clan. Now, we are down to a 5-4 situation. We are going to be closing in on either a match point, or I'm very positive that this is going to be going overtime, because these teams, they're not that far apart now. They are looking like they're neck to neck, eye to eye. This is something that could go on for eternity if, we had the 2-round difference.
Yeah,
Attackers
but
need to locate and defuse bombs.
5-4. It's really close, I have to say. Order 66 is one more round from going into match point, but Stacks Copper Clan is also one round to making it even. This might be, if I don't curse it, the first overtime that we go into.
Oh, I feel like it's already cursed now that we even mentioned it.
Well,
Let's hope not.
yeah, surely.
10 seconds remaining.
Surely. Let's keep it at that. Let's keep it at surely. We're gonna have to see for ourselves. We're gonna have to let time tell us. And as time is going down, we're at the very start of the ticking clock. 3 minutes remaining. A bit of a quick start. We're gonna go with it. Let's actually look at these lineups. I mean, defense is looking, I would say, normal. You have the Warden, the Mute, can't go wrong with those two. He goes for a Zombie, one of the best operators, and Mira and Smoke, also amazing, fantastic ones. But on the attack, I feel like we've been seeing Grim quite commonly.
Yeah, Grim in Clubhouse can be, I mean, like we mentioned earlier in the previous match, I guess somewhat useful. You can clear out these angles, especially generator or bathroom. But most of the time you can expect someone playing there. Maybe it's just putting a little bit, like, to confirm that someone is there. But you could also go Deimos or, a lot of intel gathering operators. But Grim definitely can be a strong operator if you can play around them well. And in Clubhouse, where you pretty much know where anyone's going to be playing, you can coordinate it pretty well. And Heavy gonna be pushing here. JJ might be going into a gunfight. No, it seems JJ is gonna be backing off as he does not want to risk it. But a mission again on the deep roam. Looks like he's gonna go into two noob very soon. These two players, a mission might be in a tough situation here. He might be able to trade one, but he's immediately gonna get traded. Which does he get value off of that if he doesn't manage to waste enough time? Maybe. Who knows? We will see what happens as Vicar is gonna be pushing aggressively, and a mission with a nasty flick is gonna be able to find his head despite being 1 HP. He's bit that bullet and he threw it back at Vicar. Wow. Nice kill from him.
Now, all he needs to do is just wait for the right moment. Look at the time he's wasted. They're still dealing at him with 1 minute left. Tunub, you need to take care of him. Otherwise, it's not going to be good for you. I mean, he's even got the shotgun in hand, throws the C4, blows it up, gets a bit closer, and oh, he'll be falling down, but it won't be without some sacrifice. He's going to be taking Leon along with him down, and with the amount of HP he had, I'm very surprised he managed to do that, as Aktorski and JJ will be getting one for themselves. A nice C4 kill, nice included. Tunub gets found out. The default cam gives it up, and a trade from GJ. Oh yeah, I'm just making up words now. From JJ on to the final player was given, and Order 66 had a very swiftly and whew, a big clap, one big singular clap to a mission right there, because he held out and he held out to the very end.
That he did, and that puts Order 66 on match point. And with them being on defense, this is looking very good for them. They have a lot of advantages. If they can play them, it'll go their way. And they're going to be going into Bedroom Gym. I imagine we're going to be seeing a very similar defense from what we've been seeing. We're going to see the extension into cache CCTV, try and waste as much time. Once we've wasted enough time, or we don't want to do that anymore, we will fall back into site.
Oh, okay.
Ay.
These 2 rounds are going to be the deciding ones. Again, it's kind of like the previous Clubhouse match. Stacks Copper Clan right now, these 2 rounds are probably the most important out of this entire match to them. As an Order 66, they can either risk it, play a bit more, aggressive, just it's not as important because they still have a chance no matter what. They can lose these 2 rounds and they'll still have a chance. But I think they would way rather just take one of these 2 rounds and have it done with. No risks intended, no second chances for Stacks Copper Plan. Just nice sweep, clean, just take it all home, as right now it can be done. But we're actually seeing some interesting roam. We see a mission again. He's an absolute menace with his roams. Last time it was Mutant, now it's the Warden all the way downstairs, as the floor with the side seems to be 2 above. And with that, I mean, the breach is out. We don't have too much on the side of breach denial when it comes to defense. We have the Bandit, yes, which is at least some sort of basic protection, but no mute, no anything like that. Tubarao is banned anyways. But we still have the Cade, which I don't think we've seen that much of Cade, to be honest.
No, we did see we did see him struggling to get into the position for the tricking, but that's about it. And Tunu very close to that guy's head, not gonna find it, unfortunately. But early engagement going to be happening with this guy in office. Hatch going to be open. We have 2 shields in play as well. If we don't... Ooh, Kiritsky, you're going to be able to find Heavy through the breach almost immediately. That is going to be very good position. Shield going to go down. I got a little bit confused there. My bad. Tunub going to be pushing into cache. Going to see if he can find this player in construction. The player that was in cache has retreated to construction. But not a lot of time left. Heart of Reach is down. They can't really do much here. You still have the ace, but it's not going to be enough. It's not going to be what you want. That's why yeah, that's why you bring the third man. You want his breach. We're kind of getting ready to drop into this hatch. He knows that there's this guy playing in office. Gonna try and punish him. He is a little bit stuck. Not much that he can do, and he won't be traded as Reaxis. Gonna find Stacks' head, making a 5v3. But the run out, what is going on? 2 noob. Beherk is gonna find a kid screen. Nixon is gonna find Beherk making a 2v1. It's all down to 2 noob. A player has already left. He doesn't believe in his team. 2 noob looking everywhere. He's looking at every angle. He wants to find this kill, but it's not going to quite work. He knows that Reaxis is there. He knows that Nixon is on the other side. Flash is coming out. He doesn't see him on the prone. He's gonna be pushing. He's gonna be able to find the kill, making a 1v1 double kill. 2 noob. It's against Reaxis. He knows that this player was in office. He's kind of pushing, but he's looking at the wrong side, and Nixon is gonna punish that. 2 noob going down, and that is going to be GG's.
Oh my
Wow.
goodness. 7-4, not a bad finish for the side of Order 66, and they managed to get some amazing plays. I mean, those pushes, the aggression was all perfect, and the timing was well. Can we even name the positions? No, we cannot, because they were just on spot most of the time. We even see the Ying. This drop was insane. I mean, it was just a cluster of perfect timings for them. I mean, the distraction and everything, the Ying surviving, going in for the zombie, even finished the job right there. But it was an amazing match. I feel like, you know, it was a bit different from the previous one. The previous one was just chaos in the last 30 seconds. Everyone for just one for another just dropped in the last 30 seconds. This time around, though, it was a bit more action in between, a bit more at the end, and right now it was even closer as it was down to a 1v1 situation, but the Flores sadly wasn't looking at the right angle, and the right angle is all he needed to maybe get another chance at finishing the job, although the Mira was extremely... I mean, that Mira shot from her and the positioning, it was just not only unpredictable, but also really satisfying to watch, honestly, and Order 66 is going to be taking the win for today.
Yeah, that is going to be the last match for today. Order 66 are going to be your winners. It's been an amazing set of games, I have to say, and that was a great way to close it out. I think a lot of fans rooting for Stacks and Order 66. And wow, that last round there, so chaotic. I didn't even realize what was going on for a little bit with those runouts. There was like 4 different runouts, but yeah, that's gonna be GG's to them. Very well played from both.
All right. And, you know, we haven't seen much from Klein, so let's bring him back. I want to see a bit more of Klein action in here.
A bit more of Klein action? You can have it. Of course. I gotta say, the last game was super interesting. You had both teams that both tried to set the pace, and in the end, it was the team that won was the team that managed to set the pace. And we're going to see that. Order 66 won that, and we're going to see that on the standings that are appearing on screen right now. We're seeing that right now in the top 3. Not a lot has changed. Order 66 has won their game, thus got closer to position 3, took the position 4 from ITB Academy in the lower 3 position. Not a lot of change, though. Unguardable increased their distance to the lower 2 positions, but apart from that, not too much movement. Don, what do you think is the most significant development of today's playday for the standings?
Definitely Order 66 and ITV. It's the only real change that we've seen. Bottom 3 are going to stay the same, so not much change there. It's unfortunate that Unknown or NXT couldn't win their matches to get those points in, but it's going to be what it is. And ITV going down and Order 66 going up, you know, that's pretty good. I think that's probably the most significant change that we have seen today. And there's not much changes going on at this stage that could change anything too drastically, I'd say.
Yeah. I totally agree with that. We saw a lot of great scenes today. I can remember the drop scenes from Team 86. Now, in the end, the absolute mayhem that unfolded by the two teams clashing into each other with all players and all guns blazing. What were your personal highlights, Puff?
Ooh, that's a lot to pick from. I gotta go through my memory. Right now, personally, I really liked. I'm gonna highlight NXT versus Rocks Horizons double kill with the C4. NXT's Bandit going on below Kitchen Hat, just yoinking it up and getting himself a nice double was just a jaw dropper. Also, another highlight, I guess you could call it wasn't necessarily kills, but it was Skyscraper. That Frostmat that scared me and Don was, it was absolutely horrifying to see. So a bit of a highlight from the caster side, unless a bit more for a bit less from the player side. But yeah, we'll leave it at those two.
Don, do you have some personal moments that are missing from this list yet?
This isn't a match or a game, but when Puff was mugging us earlier, I think that's still in my mind replaying. I really like. I don't know why I lost it. I really couldn't help but laugh at that. But players wise, definitely the games to highlight was Team 86 against ITV. There was a lot of good plays in there, and Rocks Ryzen versus NXT was surprisingly enough as well an interesting match, and there was a lot of plays. And Stacks Copper Clan versus Order 66, kind of what we expected in the realms of it being close and kind of trading back and forward. So nothing too, even though it was very good plays, nothing too surprising for me.
Interesting. The Team 86 game had a lot of interesting plays. You, the viewers, we are going to throw the highlights of today into the end once we're done, and we are almost done for today as the last game has concluded. We don't have a lot more on this list. Thank you to you two, Don, Puff, for casting this game, for our observer, for our thanks to our sponsors, our production, and everyone else who helped making this stream and this league possible. We are going to be back on Monday, 7 p.m. Central European Summertime. That is 5 p.m. UTC. And that was us for today. My name is Klein648. You've been casted by Don and Puff, and good night.